Dear mentors, welcome to Matching Stars. Dear mentors,
selection days. Thank you so much for joining us. We had Tuesday, AI and Web3. Yesterday, deep tech and robotics, and welcome to today with food and agri tech. Thank you so much if you joined the previous days, and I'm also happy to welcome the people that are joining today for the first time. Thank you for our mentors. Thank you. Big thank you for our investors, of course. Thank you for the experts and members of our general ecosystem. And also, big shout out to the startups who are pitching today. We're gonna meet 20 excellent startups that are going to inspire us and help us shape the future of food and agri tech. If you do not know me yet, my name is Giovanni Vaccari. You can add me on LinkedIn, and I am the Managing Director of Startup Bootcamp Netherlands. And I'm joined today by my colleague and friend, Sabina Basarayeva, Global Head of Relations and Startup Growth. Good morning, Sabina.
Good morning. Are you excited to see today's pitches?
I'm really excited, but I can't believe this is the third and final day.
No. The time flew, and of course, we saw so many passionate and inspiring founders that honestly, I want to have 3 more days like that.
But we're gonna have 3 more months because tomorrow we're going to have the final announcement with the selected 30 teams who will join a 3-month accelerator program, and I'm sure the ride of their lives, right? So how is today gonna go about for the people that are joining us today and for the first time and don't know yet?
Of course. So over the overall 3 days, we are meeting 60 visionary founders from all over the world. So Startup Growth Team and Startup Bootcamp Team really pick the best of the best in every category. So today we're looking at 20 founders pitching for only 10 spots in our Food and Agri-Tech Accelerator. Now you will have a chance to help us pick the best for these 10 spots, and I will tell you in a minute how exactly you can do that. However, just to go over the course of the day, after the startup pitches here, they will face their ultimate challenge, which will be, of course, pitching in front of the Bootcamp Investment Committee.
Indeed, and that is a big challenge, but of course, it comes with a big pro because you will be able to help us choose the best startups of the day. We aim to choose 10 startups by the end of the day, and you can help us. Now, once we've crunched the numbers of your feedback, of our feedback, of course, we'll be able to welcome the 30 selected teams, 10 from Tuesday, 10 from Wednesday, and 10 from today, tomorrow. Again, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, live directly from our office here in Amsterdam. A reminder that these programs are listed under Bold 2, and they're listed on the stock exchange, and you can join as an investor today. Today, Spotlight. Food and agri-tech. We're here to meet 20 startups in the food and agri-tech industry. We will kick off the morning session in just a few minutes with the first founders taking the stage. We're going to have 10 founders in the morning, and then we're going to have a quick little break because as excited and as happy as we are, we're still, unfortunately, humans who need to take a little break for lunch, and you as well at home need to have a little break, I'm sure, for lunch, a little coffee, and to fill in the matching stars, which we're going to talk about in a second. And at 1:30 p.m., we will be back for more 10 pitches. So 10 in the morning, a little break, and 10 in the afternoon. Now, I just hinted a little bit, matching stars, but that's how you can participate. You can participate today in 2 ways, and my colleague Sabina is going to tell you all about it.
Exactly. So Matching Stars will be your ultimate tool to convey your feedback to us and to make a direct impact on the selection of these 30 lucky startups. So by now you should already be onboarded on Matching Stars. In case you haven't received the instructions or you have any questions or issues, just drop your email in the Q&A box next to the player and the team will get it all sorted out. Now, I will let our CTO Mark Yaloma go over the Matching Stars and all the functionalities inside.
Dear mentors, welcome to Matching Stars. In the next close to 3 minutes, I will explain how to log into Matching Stars, how to see the startups per day that will pitch, what the information is that they have uploaded, also how you can leave your comment and remarks per startup, and last but not least, how to edit your profile. First of all, you can go to matchingstars.startupbootcamp.org, and that's also in the link that you will see by email. If you put your email in here, you say login, and you will receive a one-time password, OTP code in your email that you need to copy here in order to log in. After you logged in, this is where you will end up. This is per selection day, the startups that will pitch in the right order. So rescalers will kick it off. On the other days, you can find in here which startups will pitch there. Now, on rescalers, you can already see a bit of their problem and their solution statement, But if you want to dive a little bit deeper into what they do, you just click their card and you will go to their profile. This is what the startup has actually uploaded for you, the mentors, to see. You can see their problem statement with a little bit more text. You can see their solution, and you can see their 30-second pitch and where they explain everything. Now, if you, after reading their information and seeing the pitch, would say, yeah, this is a good startup, I think they should be selected for the cohort and I like them, that's when you press the blinking star here. If you, on the other hand, also might say, well, not sure yet, bit indifferent, let's ignore this one for now, you can skip this one here. Important to note that once you are on selection days, you can leave your remarks. So with this, clicking this icon here, you can tell us, the selection committee, how clear is the startup's customer value proposition, how clear is the startup business model, and you can leave all your comments here. And at the end, you can say, if this startup would be selected to the cohort, I would like to mentor this startup by clicking this yes. You can even leave a optional comment. Press submit, and we will take that data into the selection committee room to make sure that we take all the data points and actually help us choose the right startups. Now, if you want to upgrade your, or at least update your profile, your mentor profile, you need to click the avatar. In here, you can see what's currently on the Matching Star platform, but you can see this is an invitation to actually put more information in here, because if startups would need to find you, only having the country there would be a little bit shallow. So if you see this, then take your pencil icon here, upload maybe a picture if you want to. First name, last name should be there already. A description, this is just a short bio of what you're doing. Tag is saying small keywords where people can find you, job title, company, and what have you. Save the changes, and that will help us better match startups with you, and the startups can more easily find you. That's it. Thank you for joining, and have fun.
So I think that was very clear indeed, but just to summarize, if you think the startup belongs in our accelerator program, just put this golden star on them. But it will be very much appreciated if after you go to the dashboard and you actually rate them on all of these metrics. I mean, Gio, we have already been through 2 selection evenings, and I think we definitely can say that we take all of that into account.
Absolutely. It's very important that you give your feedback, that you give a yellow star if you want to have them in your portfolio, which of course we know and we see them. We see how many mentors chose them, how many mentors didn't, how many mentors pressed the gray star, which means hide startup. We know that that doesn't mean that, oh, I hate it, maybe not for you, but that data is very valuable for us because it helps us understand how many mentors a startup can get, what is the feedback from our investors, right? And of course, the dashboard, a repeating moment for that dashboard thing, very important as well. Now, Q&A is just as important, right? There's a Q&A box next to the video, and by using that, you can ask your questions. Questions that we're gonna read at the moment. We're having this iPad, I got a question. Who are you texting on the iPad? We are using it to read your questions every single day. So if you have questions for the startups, don't forget to fill in. The first questions are the ones most likely to get answered because we are getting quite a lot of questions every single day. Now, can I give my final thoughts? Before we dive in, I just want to remind you all that these are startups with a dream. I mean, I have a dream, you have a dream, Sabina has a dream, and I'm saying this every single morning, every single day that we're here. I'm reminding you all that these are people with dreams. They're leaving behind everything that's safe, everything that's guaranteed, right? They're leaving behind sometimes high-paying jobs, big retirement plans. They're leaving behind sometimes even the career their parents wanted them to have, to go after a dream, to go after their ambition, to change people's lives, to touch the lives of others, to solve real problems, to make a dent, to build the future that they want to live in today. These founders are going to present their solutions today, and I want you to imagine not just where they are, but where they can be with your mentorship, with your support, with our program joined together. I want you to imagine their potential. I want you to imagine their possibilities, and I want you to give your feedback on where you think they can be, or who do you think they can become. There are amazing solutions already. We went through thousands of applications. We went through hundreds of calls. We almost became a call center at one point here because we wanted to make sure that we got the 20 best, most potential ones. So for the startups, if you're here today, you're already winning just by being on the top 20. And we're so proud and so happy to have you here. The selection will be hard, will be necessary. We only have 10 spots. But I wanted to start by saying, yeah, thank you for sharing your dream with us. And for mentors, investors, and ecosystem players, thank you for joining us and empowering those dreams to become a reality. Now today, we're going to have a little structure, because without structure, we're just going to be completely lost and over time. And how's the structure going to be like?
So over the entire day, we will hear 20 pitches, 10 in the morning session. Every pitch takes around 3 minutes, so you can tell that's not too much that a startup can tell, which is why we have 7 to 8 minutes of Q&A. Again, it goes very dynamic, very engaging and fast, so if you do want to hear your question being answered, make sure to ask it as soon as possible. If we have too many questions, do not worry, we will address them to the founders after the selection day and share the answers with you so that you can really cast your vote with having a full picture of the startup. Well, I would say that now we are ready to kick off with the first startup. I must say, just to add to your words, that again, thank you for all of these visionary founders for joining, for being so bold, because I can already see, at least from startup growth perspective, a huge difference between the first time that we heard their pitches over a call, without the slides, over text, and now with the full slides on the stage, and it's already very inspiring to see that coming true. And now we are ready to welcome the first startup, all the way from South Korea, startup Grow Smart, to be incorporated in the Netherlands. Let's welcome them on our stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sabina and Giovanni.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Very good. Thank you so much.
Are you ready to be the first one to pitch and excite our audience?
Sure, I'm ready.
Amazing. We are here to support you. Your screen is already being shared, so you can move to the window of your presentation. Fantastic. Can you put it? Yes, it all works. Good luck, Grow Smart.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. We are Grow Smart. Did you know that global food prices have surged by over 30% in the past year alone, pushing over 800 million people into food insecurity and facing chronic hunger. Global food production faces critical challenges such as food insecurity, disrupted supply chain, and climate change. A transition to sustainable agri-food solution is essential. At Grow Smart, a South Korean startup, we bridge the agri-food health sector with innovative technologies. Our key solutions include: 1, advanced biological solutions that enhance crop efficiency and reduce chemical dependency; 2, circular economy to convert agricultural waste into valuable input; 3, public health integration through plant-based therapeutic interventions; and 4, AI-powered biology platforms for tailored data-driven solutions. We empower farmers to grow more with less, creating climate resilient and healthier food system. Grow Smart stands out by combining cutting-edge microbiome technology with a commitment to producing nutrient-dense crops in a sustainable circular system. We are not just boosting yield, we are cultivating a healthier future for plants and the planet. We are the only one with these unique edges. A priority microbial consortium results of extensive R&D and targeted selections, setting us apart from generic microbiome solutions. We are transforming agricultural waste into valuable biostimulant products, and we are enhancing the nutritional value of crops to bridge the gap between traditional farming and the demand for nutrient-rich foods. The global biological markets is projected to grow up to $44.7 billion by 2032, with a CAGR of 14.3%. We target forward-thinking agribusinesses and health brand, offering revenue from product sales, technology leasing, and subscription services. We seek $500,000 to expand R&D and innovation, market reach, customer acquisition, and scale our team and operations. Our Our goals include entering 3 to 5 new markets, achieving $250K in recurring revenue by year 2, and launching 2 new products. We expect significant revenue growth starting in 2025 with steady increases through 2027. Our early traction and successful products adoption position us for strong financial performance as we scale. Our team comprises experts in agri-biotech, health sciences, business development, and operations. Our advisors bring a wealth of knowledge from academia and industry, ensuring our solutions to be cutting edge and impactful. GrowSmart is eager to join Startup Boot Camp to leverage its global network for rapid market expansion, strengthen our brand, and to access investment opportunities. We are ready to scale quickly and revolutionize the agri-food sector, creating solutions that feed the world, improve human health, and protect the environment. Join us in shaping a sustainable and healthier future. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for your great pitch, very clear. Just want to address a comment first. You were not hearing us so well before. Thank you for letting us know. You were actually capturing the audio from the back of the room. Now you hear us, I hope, louder and clearer with microphones that are hanging above our heads, very dangerously, actually. Now, we have a few questions for you already. Thank you so much. Sabina, do you want to grace us with the first one?
Absolutely. So I will just summarize a couple of similar questions in one. Can you tell us a bit more how you measure nutrient density of your crops and how is this better than your competition?
Okay, thank you so much. Very important question. So we are basically focusing on nutraceuticals, okay, nutraceuticals in crops. We are talking about, for instance, strawberries, tomatoes, lettuce, and etc. And we are basically targeted, as I mentioned before, antioxidants, vitamins, and minerals. Okay, so we process that through chemical analysis or even some advanced cutting-edge technologies, and that allow us position us from other competitors.
Clear. Now you elaborated just a bit on your go-to-market strategy. Can you explain it in details, which countries you want to start based on your current traction, and where do you want to expand?
Okay, so currently we're gonna say that we are based in South Korea, so we are basically targeting the South Asian markets. Okay, so this is as first step. Later on, we're gonna move, as I mentioned before, in 1 to 2 years, expand to the MENA region. Okay, so the Middle East region, and after that, we aim to enter the African market. So we are aiming to open a branch in the next year. Okay, in one of the African countries as a gateway to enter the African markets. So basically, this is our strategy for the expansion.
Can you tell us a bit more about the use of AI in your solution?
Okay, sure. So the use of AI in our solution. So basically, because we use basically AI and machine learning to analyze vast amounts of biological data, okay, enabling the development of highly tailored and data-driven solutions. So these platforms, basically, which is based on AI, so can process complex data sets, such as, for example, like genomic information or soil health metrics, or also environmental factors, to identify patterns and correlations that would be impossible to detect manually. Okay, so by integrating these big data analysis or AI-powered platforms, so can help us design customized products to be more specific to and also optimize particular crops, climates, or conditions.
Fantastic. By the way, your audio just became a bit more shallow for us. So maybe there's something on your microphone. Maybe it's our echo. The audio today is playing is dancing a game, but we heard you really well. We have another question. So how do you validate the efficacy of the microbe-based products across the different types of soils, climate conditions as well?
How I validate?
Yeah, the efficacy. Like how do you know it's going to work regardless of the type of many conditions, especially nowadays, right? With the climate going a little bit well a bit crazy
Yeah.
everywhere in all farms.
Right. So basically, for that, like because we are, as I mentioned before, so our Growth Mars startup, it's intersection between science and engineering. So we are basically collaborating with several universities and several research institutions over the world. Okay, so we have several connections, and we are that one allow us to test and validate our products in several points of the globe. We're gonna say.
Clear. If I may jump with another
Please.
question from the audience, because of course you mentioned that you want to target people who are forward thinking, who are open to innovation, but of course we know that farmers, that market may not be very open to changes. So what is your strategy to actually convincing them that this is what they need to use? Especially you said you want to go into MENA, into African region. How are you going to do that?
Right. So that one perhaps is one of the I'm gonna say one of the first biggest challenge of our startup. It's the market adoption resistance, right? So especially with traditional farmers, as you just mentioned. So so to mitigate that, so we are focusing on demonstrating the tangible benefits of our product through pilot programs and education outreach, right? So that's one how we are trying to tackle that traditional farmers' point of view. Yeah. So basically, as I mentioned in the customer, so we are more into the forward thinking, more into the smart farming, okay, because now it's escalating basically for the climate change and a lot of factors. So we are basically targeting first this kind of customers, and later on we have our strategy, as I just mentioned before, to target these market traditional resistance.
Perfect. And so, if I understand correctly, this is one challenge. And what are other two key challenges that you're facing now?
Right. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, so perhaps the first biggest challenge is the market adoption resistance, right? So the second one perhaps is the regulatory hurdles, right? Because as we know for our products and our niche market, so these navigating varying regulations across different regions and could delay the process to enter new markets, okay? So we are aware of that, and we are putting strategies to mitigate these kind of regulatory hurdles. Okay, perhaps the third biggest challenge I'm gonna say is the technological integration. Okay, because as I mentioned before, when we enter the for the big data analysis and AI, so we need to train the AI, right? We have to validate the big data for the AI. So perhaps this is it may to be a big challenge just in terms of time.
Very clear.
Yeah, and talking about time, we're running out of time with the questions, right? Unfortunately, but thank you for your fantastic answers.
Yes, really, again, very nice to start with a founder who is so passionate about the project. I think you gave very clear answers that provide really full overviews. So what we can tell now is best of luck with the next stage.
And also, your last question, why start a bootcamp?
You did expand very well on your slide, but maybe it's good to summarize that. Why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Okay. So the signature question, right? Okay. So basically, I mentioned before, like the startup bootcamp. So why we are interested? So perhaps, surely, so we are looking to refine our products. Okay. So this is perhaps thanks to the help of the mentors in the startup bootcamp can help us for refining our products for the benchmark against industrial leaders. Okay, basically because we detect our competitors are located in Switzerland, Germany, so being in Netherlands, so can help us benchmarking against industrial leaders and also to scale up quickly. Okay, so this is perhaps the three main points why we are eager to enter to Startup Bootcamp.
Well, that's very lovely to hear because I think you outlined exactly what we help with. So once again, best of luck in your next step, and thank you very much for pitching today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Good start.
Fantastic start, and yet again, I mean, as much as we try to rehearse and practice with the startups before and practice ourselves, we always have some audio and some things that are live show. Well, if you want to prove that this is live, this is definitely live. Now you're ready for the next startup. Sabina, who's coming in?
Well, we are actually home, so we are meeting a startup based in the Netherlands called Food My Day, and let's welcome the founders on stage.
Hello, Sabina. Hello, Havani. Good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Morning. Oh, well, I also want to make a note because I believe that the first time that we had a touch point with the startup was at one of our ecosystem events.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember speaking to you, and it's very nice to see that you remember that we have this program coming
Yeah.
up, and then you made it so far in the selection
I
process.
I
So
hope in the result of this pitching and today's presentation, we'll see in Amsterdam in person with you soon.
amazing.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, then the stage is yours. Please go for it.
Okay. Can you hear me well? Do you see my
Yes.
presentation?
Perfect.
Absolutely.
So, hello. My name is Alexei Galbur. I'm co-founder of Food My Day. Everybody likes to eat tasty and healthy food, right? But not everyone likes to prepare it every day. Some people don't like to cook at all. Based on our research, 60% would like to delegate cooking to someone else. Over 50% of households report having special dietary needs. To address these issues, we created Food My Day, a membership based food service that provides shock frozen, ready to eat meals. You only specify your dietary preference once, and we make sure you always have something to eat in your freezer. Our business model is vertically integrated value chain that ensures we are well connected with our customers while keeping margin intact. Shock frozen technology keeps nutrients and taste without the need of preservatives. It takes only 7 minutes to warm up meals at home. Food My Day significantly reduced time waste starting from the meal planning stage and beyond. Let's take a look to a family. Everyone has different diets, exclusions, and needs. Our sophisticated algorithms match each profile with available options from the menu, so everybody gets their own meal. In the beginning, we cover around 70% of people with different preferences, and we are going to increase this number by leveraging collected data and technology. We actively collect feedback and improve our service and customer satisfaction. We already made a digital marketing test launch, and we believe we can make over 2 million euros revenue just after the full-scale launch in the first year. Our strategic plans consist of several stages: test and launch in the local area, national scaling, and international expansion. Our progress so far: we finished the Delayed Labs entrepreneurship program for newcomers last year, launched our website and meal planning tool, initiated marketing campaigns and collected crucial data, produced our first meal and hosted degustation event, got 500 subscribers in our chatbot, and got the first customers and made deliveries. We are planning to raise a pre-seed round of 200,000 to launch the service in the whole Overijssel and Gelderland regions. Our team has a diverse experience in food marketing and technology industries with a proven track record, as well as entrepreneurship experience. We laid a strong foundation with precision and purpose, setting the stage for the rapid growth and market dominance. Support us in our journey to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator and help revisualize personalized, convenient meal for everyone. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you very much for the energy, for the clear pitch, perfect timing as well. So I already have some questions and I want to summarize some of them into the first one. So how do you compare to other competitors in Europe, maybe globally, and what makes you unique?
Thank you for a good question. Actually, we make analysis of let's say of the market, and we believe that our USP lies in offering nutrition locked ready to eat meals that cater to some individual preferences, including portion size, calorie requirements, dietary restrictions, and some food intolerances. Our meals are shock frozen, so it retains their original taste and nutritional value, ensuring the long shelf life. Yeah. We also prioritize sustainability across our supply chain, making us standout choice in the market.
Clear, thank you. And then to follow up on that, a good question. How is it operationally, financially feasible to prepare so many tailored meals? Because then, it will be different from a user to a user.
Let's say we have a goal and we have a vision. As I mentioned, at the moment with planned menu, we cover around 70% of meals. But while increasing the number of clients, the number of data, by leveraging technology, we will increase coverage to particular niches. This niche will provide us with some wow effect and let's say sharing and yeah, so people will be happy with this product and will share. Word of mouth will go because of that. So we believe that yeah.
Fantastic. We have a new question here. First, nice startup name, so nice compliment there. What inspired you to solve this problem?
Uh, let's say that's personal stories because I have 5 family members and everyone has their own dietary preferences and exclusions, and it's hard to orchestrate, And sometimes, on a weekly routine with a busy time schedule. It's hard to you want to have a pause, something that already ready to eat and lying in your freezer, so to take it and just eat one evening or several evenings per week, that's a good idea.
Clear. So there is another question. Again, you mentioned that you work with the sustainable suppliers, so that already I see an impact. But outside of that and outside of time savings for customers, what are positive environmental and societal impact that you make with your startup?
Good question, because compared to we made analysis of other competitors, and we find that not everyone has a sustainable packing, for example. But we are, we already tested sustainable packing, and we think that this can, benefit to reduce to reduce garbage and everything else, and pollution, plastic
Okay,
pollution.
clear. Clear, thank you. To follow up on the question about the competitive advantage, so if we understand correctly, you start with the Netherlands. How can you make sure that you stand out in this market with a lot of companies with similar competitive advantage?
At the moment, we use a little bit wow effect because we are Ukrainians, and we have an interesting story behind our startup. That's why people love stories, and we believe this would help us, to move forward on this market.
Maybe can you talk a bit then about your traction, because I think I missed that a bit in your presentation. Are you already live?
Yeah, we've already launched food production. We delivered to the doorstep. We launched a shop. How is it called? Yeah. Let's say e-shop. This little bit simplifies our idea on this MVP test, but we've already received paid customers who and delivered to their doorstep ready-to-eat meals.
Fantastic. Now, based on your answer on competition, we would ask a follow-up question on go-to-market strategy. Can you explain how you will stay competitive in the Netherlands? Because there are similar companies with a similar USP. So, go-to-market, staying competitive in the Netherlands.
So
What you said previously, so maybe besides the story, but also maybe on other techniques that you have in mind.
At the moment, we conducted marketing test launch and made several tests that allows us to believe that we could achieve much more cheaper customer acquisition cost. Also, we tested chatbot approach across different that can be scaled across easily scaled across different chat bot methods, which will help us to retain and acquire customers, let's say, better compared to our competitors.
Okay, I think now it made it more clear because then there is also this technical component.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Now, the golden question. Startup
course.
Bootcamp Accelerator. What kind of mentorship are you looking to get via the Startup Bootcamp mentors?
Uh, uh, let's say, very interesting question. Yeah. We think that we are looking for someone who can help us to enhance our business model, and we are looking for someone who has food production experience and experience working in the local market in the Netherlands, because as you mentioned, it's quite competitive area. Also, probably, let's say, someone could see something we are not taken into the account, and we would be glad to hear these opinions, and and share if they share this. Some of mentors will share this experience with us. So it's quite, yeah.
I think very clear. Thank you very much for answering all of the questions and thank you for pitching. Good luck in the next step.
Thank you for time having. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you. Now we want to ask you for questions. We want to remind you that you have time to send questions during the pitches as well during the Q&A. Questions help us to get all that information, especially we had a lot of questions here on USPs, on how are you competitive, what makes you unique, what gets you inspired, why are you the right team to solve this challenge. These are some examples of questions we're getting today that help us better understand the startup, but also to better make a decision. How can we select the top 10 out of 20? Now we have a next startup coming all the way from Finland, as well being incorporated in the United States. We have AgroFin. AgroFin, are you in the house? Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am good. How about you?
Feeling energized. So we are ready to start your pitch. Your screen will be shared with us in a second. You need to share your screen, I'm getting from the tech team. Yes, amazing.
Perfect.
We see it, and you're ready to start. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi everyone. I am Özgür, the founder of Agrofin. Growing up on a farm, I saw how hard it is for farmers to get financial help. That's why I started Agrofin, to make it easier for farmers to manage their money and get loans and grants quickly. Farmers work hard, but 40% cannot get loans due to complicated paperwork and outdated systems. For example, a dairy farmer may wait 2 months for a loan only to be denied because the bank doesn't understand his farm's true value. Agrofin solves this by simplifying farm accounting and speeding up loan approvals. We use technology to give banks clear view of farms' finances, proving the farmer's worth. Farmers link their accounts to Agrofin through open banking. Our platform automates accounting, tax filing, and loan applications. For example, farmers can upload invoices and our AI handles categorization, taxes, and pre-fills loan forms. Agrofin also offers insights on the best times to invest in equipment or buy supplies. Agrofin uniquely blends open banking with real-time data analysis to showcase farm performance accurately. This makes it easier for farmers to secure financial support. We also reward sustainable practices with our carbon credit score. Farms are already lined up to use our platform. We are partnering with major groups like the Federation of Swedish Farmers, showing strong demand. Agrofin earns by charging farmers a small fee and taking a fee from banks when loans are approved. We will add optional paid services for further support. We are seeking $300,000 to grow our team and change our technology and expand across Europe. This will help us support 100 farms by next year. Our team includes experts in agri-tech and finance with a successful track record, including one exit. We are passionate about improving farming. Startup Bootcamp offers top advice, industry connection, and faster scaling. This support will amplify our impact in agriculture. Thanks for listening. With Agrofin, we can help farmers thrive by making it easier to manage their money and get loans. We are excited to make difference and hope you will join us on this journey.
Thank you very much for a great pitch. This was Agrofin. If you're a mentor, investor, ecosystem member now on Matching Stars, this is your chance to provide your feedback. Thank you so much for your pitch. We already have some questions for you, but I want to congratulate you for working on, solutions for finance for farmers. I mean, we're living on a new era, right, for farmers to get financing, and it's so important, especially for independent farmers. What is the proof that you're solving an urgent problem? That was our first question, and I think it definitely is a good one for you to reply. So a proof, why is this such an urgent problem that you're solving?
Because the farmers cannot get loans with 40%. This is 4 times higher than any businesses. This is really huge. And also, getting loans is a little bit longer than the other businesses, such as it takes up to 8 weeks. So it's really big problem. So that's why we focus on this problem.
Thank you for your answer. Now, how do you identify relevant grants and financing opportunities for farmers? So are you manually checking? Is there an AI? How do you identify and bring that?
Farmers can connect all their bank accounts to our platform, so we can analyze their spending with AI. So we can understand what crops growing in the field and what kind of seeds, fertilizer, and the other suppliers they are buying. So also we are accounting platform, so we can understand their type and how much fields and other things they are managing. So we can offer them grants and other loans easily.
Fantastic. A question on testing. Have you done any tests so far to provide loans for farmers to help them to get these loans?
On our waiting list, there are 9 farms, and we get a pilot program with the Swedish Federation Farmers, and in 2 months we will start with them.
Fantastic. Do you have a question as well, Sabina?
Yes, actually a lot of questions from the audience that I want to pass to you. So besides the loan, the grants, is there any other use of AI in your technology?
Yeah, while we are analyzing banking transactions, so we are using AI, and we analyze their spendings, and we can recommend them what's the best time to buy supplies or equipment for farmers. So on that side, we are using AI.
Fantastic. How do you ensure the security of farmers' financial information?
We don't share anything with the third parties. All things is secured, and if farmers want to share it, they can share with the banks and the other corporates, but we don't share anything without their permission.
Fantastic. What is the guarantee that you will be able to provide loans to every farmer?
Actually, we are analyzing, and giving them some recommendations. They can improve their credit score. So we are helping. We are trying to do the best our help. So it's not guaranteed, but we are improving.
We have a lot of questions coming up, so if I may jump in with another one. So, on your go-to-market, what are your, first of all, geographical priorities? So, where do you want to launch now and then in the next few years?
Right now, we are a Helsinki-based startup, and we started in the Nordic side, but we would like to expand to Dutch area firstly, because Netherlands is the capital of the farming. So, yeah. And then we would like to expand to other regions, South Europe, and also Turkey.
Makes sense, of course. And then staying in the zone of go-to-market and your customers, how do you take into account the differences of financial literacy among farmers? So also really big financial gap between farmers and the banks.
Yeah, reaching to loan is not easy for farmers because the farming is very traditional area, and reading financial things is not easy for them. They would like to focus on the field sides and crop sides. So we would like to handle this problem for them.
Thank you very much. Now, final questions because we're almost running out of time, but we do want to ask you, can you share more about why you and your team are so passionate about solving this specific problem?
Because I grew up in farm in Turkey, and my family is farmer, and actually that's why we focus on this problem. I'm an electronic engineer, and that's why we focused this sector.
Fantastic. And now about timing. Timing is of essence. We've seen many startups, get the wrong timing or get the right timing, and that changes everything. But why is now the right time to invest in your solution?
Because we are using technology. I mean, open banking and AI. These two things is trending and is improving so fast. So as I said, the farming sector is very traditional, but this is the best opportunity to connect them to this technical side.
Indeed. So then now is the right time. A lot of transformations in the farming scene in the Netherlands, of course, we know is a hard time to be a founder, but it's, a farmer. A founder is always difficult, but to be a farmer is a challenging time. But indeed, solutions like yours will definitely help more sustainable farming across the world with, of course, as well, able to fund, right, those sustainable choices. Now, how does your solution help farms improve their credit score?
We are analyzing their, for example, in the normal system, outdated system, they have to give their transaction to the banks, but it doesn't prove their truth value, farm's value. Our solution is real time. We are analyzing their spendings real time. We can see highest balance rate, lowest balance rate in a year, what crops growing in the fields right now. So we can blend all these data with the climate data also. We can predict everything. So this kind of things help banks and lenders. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you again. Very clear answers. And I think now it will be time for our signature question. Why Startup Bootcamp? Why do you want to be a part of our Food and Agri-Tech program?
We expect the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator program to provide valuable mentorship, helping refine our business strategy to scale effectively. We are also looking forward to networking opportunities to connect with industry experts and potential partners.
Well, perfect. Indeed, that sounds like one of the things that we do very well. Thank you very much for your pitch and good luck to you on the next step.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thanks.
Now it's time for our next startup. We're going to Morocco for a startup that will be incorporated in the United States as well. We have now AgroConform.
Hi
Hello.
there.
Good afternoon, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. How about you? How are you doing?
Great, great.
We're doing really good and we are always inspired and we're ready to get inspired by your solution. We're gonna share the screen now of AgroConform. We see your slides. The floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. What if every farm, no matter its size, has the power to optimize its crops, conserve resources, and access premium markets? I am Sad from AgroConform, and we are making this vision a reality. Today, agriculture faces a perfect storm of challenges. Climate change is disrupting growing seasons, water scarcity threatens crop yield, and there is growing pressure from both the markets and consumers for more sustainable farming practices. Farmers need to adopt these practices, but they often lack the tools and resources to do so effectively. At AgroConform, we have developed a holistic platform that puts the power of emerging technologies into farmers' hands. Here is how it works. First, our digital twin simulation creates virtual replicas of farms, allowing farms to test different scenarios without risking real crops. Imagine predicting and preparing for drought before it happens. Next, our AI-driven precision provides real-time insights and actionable recommendations. This means that farming practices are tailored in real time based on the data generated from the fields, whether it's adjusting irrigation, detecting diseases, applying fertilizers, or timing the harvest. It's like having a team of expert agronomists monitoring every plant 24/7. Finally, our blockchain traceability ensures every step of the farming process is recorded and verifiable. This opens doors to premium markets, verify compliance with sustainability standards, and build consumer trust. And this integrated approach sets us apart from competitors. While others focus on specific aspects of farming, we offer a holistic solution that covers the entire agricultural cycle, from seed selection to market access. Our platform is also uniquely adaptable with a diverse portfolio of crops, including grains, fruits, vegetables, and high-value specialty crops. We operate in a promising and profitable market. The global precision agriculture market is set to reach more than 50 billion by 2027. We are positioned to capture a significant share, focusing on the underserved segments of small to medium farms and high-value crops. And to serve this market, we adopted a scalable business model. We offer SaaS subscriptions, pay-per-use features for advanced capabilities for our farmers, and data analytics package for agribusinesses and financial institutions. This approach allows us to create value at every level of agricultural ecosystem. We have successfully piloted this technology with six growers in Morocco, and now we are expanding across North Africa and Southern Europe, specifically Italy, Spain, and Portugal. And we get the results. Farmers using the platform has seen yield increase of up to 30% while reducing water and chemical use by 20 to 40%. These impacts directly contribute to UN Sustainable Development Goals 2, 12, 13, and 15. It's a win for farmers, consumers, and the planet. Our team brings together extensive knowledge and experience in science, technology, domain expertise in agriculture, and business management. So for funding, we are seeking 350 in pre-seed funding to accelerate our growth. With this investment, we project serving over 15,000 hectares within the 3 years. We are excited about the potential to join Startup Bootcamp because of its proven track record in scaling agri-tech startup. So the network and industry partners and the mentors could be instrumental in helping us refine our product market fit and accelerate our expansion across key agriculture regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great pitch for those rating the startups. This was AgroConform. Now, my friends, first, congratulations. We love optimization, right? It's not about what you have, it's how much you can do with what you have. So, first question would be, tell us more about the variables that you take to develop the different testing scenarios.
Sorry, can you just repeat? Yeah.
Variables that
Yeah.
you are taking to develop these different testing scenarios. So what are you taking into consideration? What are the data points that you're using to map out the different possible scenarios?
So the key components are the environment modeling. So we simulate soil condition, weather patterns, and microclimates. For the crop growth, we model plant development from seed to harvest with the different growth stages of the crops in question. And the resource dynamics, so we simulate water, nutrition, energy flows with the agricultural ecosystem.
Okay, so multiple data points to make sure that you're
Exactly.
testing and validating. Amazing. Oh, this one is a challenge, but we're gonna pose it to you because there is no challenge big enough for a startup. My cousin of 5 years wants to understand better what you're doing. Please explain it in very simple terms.
Okay, the idea of agro-conform is to do the agricultural practices the right way. So if you want to start an endeavor, you better start with a plan. So this is what we are doing, is we are giving the farmers the possibility to start with a plan and to monitor this plan to maintain these best conditions in order to achieve the best goals and benefits. And in the same time, we trace everything so we can promote the trust of what you are doing.
Fantastic. Why is your focus the US? Quick question. For example, you could have tried it in African countries where you have lots of farmlands, so a bit of a challenge.
So we are not focusing solely in the US. We will be incorporated in the US, but the idea is to expand to Europe and North America. So the first reason is the readiness of farmers on farming in these regions. So we can implement our technology because we depend on IoTs and some level of readiness in terms of technology. And the challenges that, for example, Italy and Spain and Portugal, so they suffer from the same conditions as Morocco and North Africa. So it is the right next step for us.
Fantastic. Sabina, do you also want to ask a few questions?
Exactly. So a little bit of a follow-up on what you just said. So about the customer audience that you have. So can you be more specific how you would personalize and price your solution to different size users?
So for us, we like to introduce our solutions for the farmers in order to boost their performance. So we provide an entry plan for them to test, to have a plan, to monitor, so they can see that we can have results with a minimum investment without any obstacles. For the next step is when a farmer is have a technology readiness that goes beyond IoTs and so on. So we have some farmers that have 200 hectares and even their own drones. So at this level, we can provide a premium services. We have a comprehensive catalog of AI services, of blockchain services that we can add to make the experience better.
Fantastic. Can you elaborate a little bit more on why you are motivated to build this business?
So the first thing, it was a personal experience. I was implicated in farming from a young age, and there are two aspects. The first one, we see that agricultural practices are not being done the right way. There is a lot of losses, there is a lot of waste, there is a lot of things that we can do better. So this is the idea of doing everything with a plan and monitor this plan. The second part of it, so this is a personal experience we had with a retailer that acquired his produce from a 300-kilometer region farm. And when we asked why they don't buy from the region locally, a 20-minute ride, they said that we cannot have a traceability of how these farmers are doing this. So this is the idea, okay, so we will we will provide these services for the farmers in each region, so we can provide this quality produce.
Fantastic.
Great. So it looks like you also spoke to a lot of potential customers as well. And then a follow-up question to that. How would you educate small to medium-sized farmers who have different levels of technology literacy?
To be honest, we had at first we struggled with our messaging with farmers. It's evident because a farmer, when we try to change the practices, he says, I have been doing this for 20 years. You are not gonna change my ways of doing agriculture. But we found a way that we, by going through seed developers, fertilizer providers, and even government administration, we had our messaging go through to the farmer, so they respect the fact that we can do better with what you are doing. It needs a little bit of investment in IoT. We are talking about 150 euros with return of investment 400x. So the after introducing our solution, we got really great feedback from them.
That's amazing to hear, because indeed, right, you have the background in this. This is your passion, this has been your life, and you know exactly how to talk to your customers, to your audience, and at the end of the day, you're bringing the results that we all need. So thank you for that. It touches my heart to see when founders are so connected, right? It's not about thinking only about a solution. It's about looking at a problem and being like, wow, how do I solve it? So you, Startup Bootcamp, how do you want to tackle it? What do you want to get out of the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator program?
So I will say the evident networking, mentorship, of course, but the idea is I come from a technical background, so I had to acquire many skills during my venture. So and the Startup Bootcamp is like an evident and important phase to go through, and it's like having a cheat code to how to be a founder of a startup from a technical background. Exactly. So for me, for the team, is to go to acquire this skills and expand, of course, our network, our market, and get mentored by the industry experts.
Fantastic. We did hear from one of our previous founders that you enter as a startup founder, but you leave this accelerator as a CEO. And I think that that's what you want out of this program. And oh my God, how are we going to choose the startups today? I don't know, but I want to thank you as well so much for a clear pitch, passionate, and we can see you speak from the heart. And that's really all you need to succeed. Thank you so much. Good luck in the next room, and we will see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
You know what I really like? When founders are the ones who are creating some marketing content for us by saying things like, you enter as the founder, you exit as CEO, or like a cheat code for successful founders.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So
startup number 5 now, huh? Can you imagine? Already 5 startups.
Exactly.
Wow.
And actually, before we proceed, I do want to remind everyone, we do have a lot of questions, which is amazing, but don't forget, after watching the pitch, hearing answers to your questions, forming a full picture of a startup, don't forget to go to Matching Stars and actually voting. Put a golden star if you think that the startup belongs in our accelerator. Yeah. Ideally, and I saw that a lot of mentors and investors are doing that, go to dashboard and rate them across all other metrics.
And there are some of you that are with us for these 3 days. I mean, we're going to find something to give. We have to send them a t-shirt, a Startup Bootcamp. We're going to send you some gifts. We want to thank you because you see some mentors so engaged throughout the 3 days. We're very happy to have you here. Next startup is coming from?
Nigeria, startup to be incorporated in the US. Let's meet Ailera. Hello, hello.
Hi everyone.
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Perfect. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. So my name is Tim Lede. I'm from Nigeria, and Nigeria is home to over 200 million, which is the largest population in Africa, and agriculture contributing to the 30% of the nation's GDP. Despite that fact, the nation still loses over 30 billion annually due to crop inefficiencies for several reasons, such as post-harvest losses, pre-harvest issues, and limited access to technology. Not to talk about the withstanding the erratic weather changes and soil degradation. In order to solve this issue, we developed an application called Ilera, boosting the precision agriculture with artificial intelligence. As I like to call it, Ilera is your all-in-one agronomic crop monitoring tool. So whereby farmers have easier access to crop diagnostic and ultimately boost their yields. The technology behind this is satellite imagery and geospatial technology. Diving deep into our prototype Ilera, farmers get to firsthand take a picture of their crops and get immediate diagnostic reading. They also have access to how the weather pattern affects their crops, soil analysis, and also in there have some learning, have some crop library so they can learn more about their high valued crop. In terms of the market size, because Nigeria is home to over 200 million, of that 200 million, 70% of that is dominated by the agricultural workforce, leaving it to over 34 million farmers. So we've now accessed it as a $50 billion industry, and we're looking to Ilera is looking to tap into that market by in terms of geographic region, customers' readiness to adopt technology, and then also identifying the different crop types. And finally, the serviceable obtainable market that we're looking to gain over the next 2 to 3 years is the $3 million. Now, in terms of our business revenue, we have 3 major pillars where farmers can either come on as a subscription base, which we have put in the pricing model, and then next into the data analytics of it, where this gives you a wider scope of our initial customer profile, and finally data monetization. Our team behind this is myself as a data scientist, and then we also have a geospatial data engineer who has worked in the military defense field for over 6 years, as well as our data engineer. Why Ilera is different? Ilera doesn't just provide, it's as we like to call it, it's every farmer's companion tool where the solution is tailored for the Nigerian market in order to boost yield optimization. Our unique selling points, besides our application, is our Plant with Ilera initiatives, where we care about the future of food security and environmental impact. So far, over the last 12 months, we've had a pre-signed list of 300 farmers across the southern Nigeria and northern parts of Nigeria. We have also signed on 8 farms totaling 200 hectares, where as soon as we build our model, we can also do the soil testing. And in order to also validate this, we have partnered with the Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, because in order to diagnose or monitor any crop real time, we need to understand what soil types that we're dealing with. The next step, we're looking to raise funding in order to acquire our equipment and evenly distribute our warehousing and secure our platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, there is a compliment. So mentors really love the storytelling approach, because I think it makes it really obvious why you are the one to solve this and why you have the passion to do it, basically. And I already want to ask you a question. So what makes you unique and your product unique compared to other competitors?
What makes us unique is we're just focusing on precision agriculture in order to boost yields, crop yields, and we are focusing on soil mapping. So, other in comparison to our competitors, a lot of all their selling points are scattered around the place, where you have some are doing commodity trading, some are doing livestock, but we are just focusing on sustainable agriculture with machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Very clear. So you already have traction. You already have 300, of course, farmers onboarded. So using that information, how do you educate them? How do you make your solution easy to use?
Okay, that's actually a very good question. How we educate them is that's why our platform is very interactive and very easy to understand. And one of the key things that we're trying to pull in there is to also adopt its various languages, because Nigeria is home to over 300 languages, but predominantly three, which is Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. So once they're able to visualize and see how they can actually take a picture with their phone in order to get a reading, that's another way to also shift their traditional way of thinking into smart agriculture.
A picture speaks 1,000 words, right? That's a really interesting approach. Quick question: will your offering be affordable to the average farmer?
Yes, the income. So that's actually a very good and tricky question. The economy in Nigeria today is constantly fluctuating. So it's we try to make as much as our product as much compact and affordable to the average farmer, because uh the the average cost of living is actually below $1. So we're trying to see how we can pack all the information in order for them to afford it at that particular price.
Clear. So a question on the market. So of course, as you show, also Nigerian market is massive. However, do you have plans on expanding in the near or far future? And if yes, then what would be your next markets?
Oh, absolutely. We plan to expand into the African market and hopefully into the European market, because we realize that while Nigeria has over 7 million hectares of arable land, it's even in the European markets as well. They are actually struggling with precision agriculture and precision agronomy. So over as we start up, the more we feed our model, the more we tailor the soil and the application into the Nigerian market. As we start to expand over the next couple of years, then we start to see scalability.
For sure, we even got a compliment here. Like, it looks like a very user-friendly tool for farmers, and it should be scalable across the world, right? So I think our mentors and investors are actually looking at your startup as very, very scalable across the world, much faster. So very interesting insight. Sabine, I think we have time for 2 or 3 more questions.
Yes, so I will sneak in another one. So what are your top 2 challenges at the moment?
Top 2 challenges is actually logistics, because unfortunately the roads to the rural areas are untarred, so it's very difficult to access that. And then also having access to the farmers as well, on explaining to them how this would better benefit them in the long haul, and also just trying to explain to them how this is going to work, because I mean a lot of the farmers are already used to their traditional methods, but now we're trying to educate them and shift their mindsets from a traditional method to a technology mindset in order to optimize their profits.
Yeah, that's a great segue to the next question, which is, what is the feedback you are already receiving from your first 300 users?
That's another good question. So the feedback that we've been getting so far is how we intend to actually map out the soil, because Nigeria is very it's a very interesting market because every region is particular to different soil types. So for instance, in the northern part of Nigeria, we have soils that are crops that grow tomatoes, peppers, but then the soil in the southern part of Nigeria is completely different. That's why you find your high crop value, such as cocoa, oil palm. And then if you move to the eastern part of Nigeria, then you have a different aspect. So the challenging bit is having to harmonize all three together and explaining it to different customer types.
Fantastic. Well, real solutions for real problems. And now, a place for solutions. Start a bootcamp. What is your objective to achieve here during our program?
The way I like to look at Startup Bootcamp is pretty much having an MBA program cramped up in 13 weeks. So we get to launch an aggressive, have a clear path on how to launch an aggressive campaign, how to strategically position ourselves in the Nigerian and the African markets and beyond, and finally exposure to the market. And another key thing that is really important is how even Startup Bootcamp has been able to segregate everyone's in the last 3 days. So AI, robotics, so meaning the one-on-one mentorship would really dive in deep into every knowledge that we need to launch our program.
I want to add a little note that I just realized that actually Elera was the first and Temilani was the first startup in food and agri-tech that I spoke to. So when we started this scouting cycle, so
Full
it's also
circle.
again full circle, and again really cool to see you now, of course, on the big stage, virtual stage. And good luck to you on the next step. Thank you very much for pitching today.
Very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we are halfway through our morning session. So I would say that we have around 5 startups. After that, we can all have a nice lunch filled with matching stars, actually, and all of the discussions. And in the meantime, we move to Turkey to a startup that is about to be incorporated in the Netherlands, Theo Technology. And let's welcome them on stage.
Good
Hello,
morning.
hello.
How are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you?
Doing good.
Great.
Energized. Your screen will be shared in a second. Yes, you are ready to pitch.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Bahadur and I'm the CEO of Trade Technology, where we revolutionize fruit farming through advanced yield estimation. Yield, simply put, is the amount of fruits produced by farm, and it's critical for farmers to accurately predict this for planning and profitability. Let me share a story. A lemon farm owner recently had buyers offered to purchase 60 tons of lemons, but the owner estimated that his farm actually produced 120 tons. This discrepancy could lead to significant financial losses, and this is where our technology steps in. Traditional methods of estimating fruit harvests are time-consuming, inaccurate, and heavily reliant on manual labor. This inefficiency impacts resource allocation, market timing, and increases transportation and storage costs. Moreover, it also has an effect on environmental sustainability. Farmers often also face a critical issue, the limit of fruits per tree. If excess fruits aren't trimmed, the remaining fruits don't grow enough, leading to poor quality. This is a major problem in nectarine farming, for example. And frequent and precise surveying can prevent this. So our solution at Theo Technology leverages drones combined with AI to provide fast, accurate, and scalable yield predictions. Our drones can survey large agricultural areas quickly, collecting detailed data that helps farmers optimize their harvest, planning, and resource use. This not only enhances productivity, but fruit quality also, and reduces waste and making farming more environmental sustainable. So we are the only company in the European market that uses drones for this purpose. Agrovista is based in UK, but they are using ATVs, photometry, and uses an ATV also, but they are located in New Zealand. Agro is in the US market, and we also offer some other metrics that I can discuss later in detail. So we have a robotic as a service model, which we give the customer a detailed report with KPIs and that are fast produced. And on the right, you can see our output from the simulation. Our team is perfectly positioned to execute this vision. I bring expertise in the technology, ML computer vision. Ilter personally grows nectarines, has deep product knowledge, and he came up with the idea. And Ozan, with his expertise in startup environments, the market size is 27.3 billion in the EU, and our first market is Turkey, which agriculture combines around 6% of the GDP. We also we had secured one LOI from a customer, and we are in contact with many of them, and we are considering to work with insurance companies also, and we are requiring 500,000 euros for this. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Again, perfect timing, very clear pitch. I already have some questions for you. Can you reinstate why is it important and urgent to solve this problem now with your solution?
Sure, yes. So the story that I discussed, the 60 tons discrepancy can cost 15,000 euros. This is a mid-level farmer, I mean small to mid-level. There are much bigger players in the market, and this issue can cost thousands of euros, hundreds of thousands of euros, and also for the bigger producers, resource allocation has a much better, much more higher discrepancy and outcome. So that's why we would like to act fast and solve this issue.
Clear. I think then that really shows the real urgency of this. So the question is, what types of data do you actually collect, and why using drones in particular is the best solution in this challenge?
Let's start from the drone aspect. They are fast to collect data because agricultural farms are can be huge, and using a mobile robot or drone or ATV, it takes a lot of time to go around, and this by using drones we get the data faster, and we get images and point cloud data with a depth camera. So we have the 3D map of the farm that we can also extract more information with also our features that came from image data.
So at what point then of this whole agricultural cycle are you able to anticipate the harvest?
So we can actually do more than one survey. The trimming part that I discussed in the beginning of the cycle, farmers should, ensure that there aren't excess fruits on the tree. So you do an initial survey to see how are your trees, and then you do another survey to see if you are close to the harvest. And then before the harvest, of course, you can get the yield estimate. So we are not only focusing on yield, but we have other metrics like fruit quality. From the size, we can get the color of the fruit, and like first quality, second quality, and like third quality. There are damaged fruits that can go to the juice factory. So we can give all of these to the customer.
Fantastic. Well, we have quite a few questions. Can I take those two
Of
that I marked
course.
there? So tell us more about initial customer feedback on your solution. What have they loved? what feedback they have shared that you're using to improve it?
So we get a lot of traction, I mean, from the customers. If this was a software as a service product, we would go immediately and sell. But since we need also the hardware part, I mean, the customers want this product immediately if it's available on the market. But of course, we need to do the hardware testing after software part is already finished. So we can do pilots with many customers that we know. Also, Ilter, our co-founder, has a farm already that we can try this. So yeah, by getting more pilots with our customers, we will get better data.
Fantastic. Can I take the next one?
Yes,
Because then,
of
how
course,
easy
of
is it
course.
to be replicated by others? Do you have a patent? Do you come up with other barriers? How can you make sure that you remain competitive and that you are getting that market share as fast as possible before someone else sees your idea and decides, that's a good one?
Yeah, sure. So we haven't filed for any patents yet, but we are using some cutting edge technology. So it's not easy to copy, you know, and we have a competent team, and we believe that our core team can get this product ready with minimal help. So we will have also financial advantage. We can go to the market with a better pricing than our customers with the right team. And also, I mean, when we were searching for this problem, we are mainly getting technical papers from universities. So this is not some solved issue, and that's why it's because it's a hard engineering problem.
Clear, thank you. So you mentioned pricing, and there are actually quite a lot of questions about the pricing.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that first you want to launch in Turkey. Then what will be the pricing? Will it be different depending on the size of the farmers? So tell us all about it.
So we also have discussions with our potential customers. So we are thinking of a base price, which is like 500 euros. And then, according to the size of the farm acres, we will add more on top of it, and also according to what features the customer wants, like product quality, damage estimation, so on. And yeah, we want to start in Turkey because it's a big market in agriculture, and we have many connections. I'm from actually the agricultural capital of Turkey, and my father used to have a citrus farm. So we know the product, we know the customers, and then we quickly want to move to Europe. Also, Netherlands is one of our main targets, which is also very good in agriculture.
Of course, yeah, I actually lived in Turkey for a couple of years, so I can really tell that that would be a perfect market to start with. But then, what would be your main three challenges on the way on your roadmap?
Okay, so the main issue that we need more data at the moment. I mean, we work in simulation, but we would like to, as fast as possible, to launch and to get our real data to have our validation. The second one is the investment. We need a couple more team members in our team to get this product ready. It's like, as I mentioned, it's not like a software as a service product. And the third one would be timing. Yeah, we want to be fast as possible.
Yeah, very clear. So we have a few more questions. Do you want to take another one?
Indeed. How do you categorize the demand for the product? So how on demand would it be, and why is it an urgent solution?
Sorry, how do we categorize? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Why is it urgent? So how is it? What is the demand for the product? Why is it
Demand.
urgent?
Okay, so Ilter, I mean, our co-founder, is already having every harvest time having bargaining with the buyers in here in Turkey, for example. This is a big issue. There is a big discrepancy between what the buyer and seller wants, And also this can benefit the insurance companies. They are insuring the farms by the yield estimation, and if they have the wrong yield estimation, they need to give more money to the farmer in case of any claim. So we are getting a lot of requests from potential customers when we talk to people. This is one of the major issues that they are facing, and there isn't any solution in the market. So that's why we think that this is urgent.
Urgency is key, right, for startup success. So, timing thing. Do I have time for one or two more questions? Two more questions. They're being generous today. So here we go. Have potential customers approached you for other drone usage? So for environmental data, carbon credits, so other usages for the drone data.
So right now we are focusing on the product quality also, and if there is any damage on the product or not. So there are some other solutions. There are some products that do irrigation or like crop estimates, and there are a lot of drone usages in the agricultural market as of now. We want to focus on the yield and product quality because we don't have competition in there. But we can scale this business once we solve the issue in the fruit market. We can also go to the crops or vegetables, and also we can add more features like the existing existing solutions offer.
Well, very clear. Thank you again. Very clear answers to all of the questions that we've had. I think we have a full overview, and it's time for our signature question. So why Startup Bootcamp? What do you want to get out of our accelerator?
Yeah, sure. So we are mainly interested in getting in touch with other people. I mean, we want to use Startup Bootcamp's network. And also, I would like to have a technical discussion with your mentors because we have an exciting product and tech. So that is the two main reasons that we would like to join. And also, we would like our company to scale, and I think that you can help that with that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for a great pitch, great answers as well. You know what you're doing. We love that when founders are very knowledgeable, and you're definitely out there to change the world. So thank you for your pitch.
Thank you, and good luck.
Now, welcome back. What we're having next, we have 3 more startups, am I correct? Yes, but I want to remind you that tomorrow, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, so that's 4 p.m. for all of you in the UK, we're going to have the great announcement. We're going to have the top 30 startups announced tomorrow at 5 p.m. So 10 from AI and Web3, 10 from Deep Tech and Robotics, and 10 from Agri and FoodTech, which is today's focus. Another reminder that these programs are listed in Boat 2. They are available for investors around the globe. If you want to diversify your startup investments and your portfolio, you can always invest in Boat 2, where you'll be investing in batches of 10 startups at a time. Now we're going to go for the next pitch. It's Sensegrass, and they're coming all the way from the UK. Let's go. Let's welcome them on stage, Sensegrass. Hello, good morning. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you hear us as well?
I can't hear you. Just give me a second, yeah, please.
Perfect. So while you put your screen for us to pitch, we want to remind you at home that the previous startup was called Teo Technology, in case you haven't rated them yet on Matching Stars. And we are about to see the slides from Sensegrass. And as soon as their slides go on screen, we will be able to put them up. Okay, it seems that we're having a little bit of an audio issue as well with Sensegrass. As much as we try, as much as we rehearse, right, the technology at the last minute, we're a startup accelerator, but we haven't yet nailed the perfect video conferencing system because it just doesn't exist. But we will keep on trying. We're going to bring the startup back. And what do I want to remind you? We're here for the AI and Web3 selection day. If you were not, you can always view by going on matching stars. You'll be able to select the day. Of course, it automatically selects the day you're in, but you'll be able to meet those startups by clicking. When you see all the startups, you'll be able to click on the top right corner of your screen to see the startups from the other days. Now we're gonna try one more time with Sense Grass. Do you hear us? Hello, Lalit. Are you hearing us? Doesn't seem so. But then it's a great opportunity for us to invite you that are listening to us to Mentors Meet Startups, Mentors Matchmaking. Sabina, when will that take place? How's that going to go?
Well, let me tell you all about that. But in the meantime, a kind reminder though, Sense Grass's pitch is available on Matching Stars. So even if we don't have a chance to hear it now, no worries, go to the app. You will see the pitch, a couple of minutes, I believe, the problem, the solution. So you will have everything to make sure that you can cast your vote. And I do want to also highlight that we are already announcing them tomorrow. So today is your last day to vote for Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or today's startups. And again, we do take it into account. This is not just another engagement tactic. We are sitting in the evening to go over all of the feedback. So please do not hesitate to put your feedback. And just about the Mentor Meet Startup, this will be the first physical event. We do have the digital version of it as well, of the upcoming accelerator. So the physical version will take place on 26th of September here in our office. And this will be the second time that we welcome the mentors in this new office of ours. And I'm already really excited to see them all here for these three very different domains, actually. So I think it's also nice that this is one of the first times that I see during my time here such different cohorts, one from another. So it's also a perfect opportunity for them to learn, to share their network.
Indeed, that's what this is about, right? Diversifying investment portfolios. And this is why we have these amazing programs, Deep Tech and Robotics, AI and Web3 and Food and Agri Tech. So it seems my team is telling me that we will try SenseGrass again in a few moments. But first then, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Switzerland very soon. They're logging in right now. The next pitch will be Swiss Oil. So for everybody on Matching Stars, Swiss Oil is the next startup that is going to pitch. They're coming from Switzerland. They will be incorporated in the US as well. And they are working a lot. Are they live right now?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hello, Craig. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. Excited to be here.
Thank you for jumping in a little bit earlier. You will now then be our seventh pitch of this morning. We will now put your screen up. Yes, we see your screen. We see the first slide. Agriculture is broken. Tell us all about it, Craig.
Excellent. So our startup is Swiss Soil, and we scale intelligence in agriculture. Poor agricultural practices produce crops with weakened plant immunity and degrade ecological health. This hinders nature's ability to self-regulate, leading to the growth of cancer-like states in the form of pest and disease pressures. Lack of data and insights quickly translate into crop loss and resource depletion. We scale biological intelligence by eliminating inputs that harm biological agents, closely monitoring plant and soil health through mineral and biological testing, and using inputs that balance soil chemistry and biology. Our belief is disease and pests cannot proliferate in the presence of anaerobic and minerally balanced soil. We implement science with a toolkit that optimizes soil and plant health. Our toolkit consists of regenerative inputs, analytical testing, AI, and intelligent agents. Our approach starts with quantifying soil biology, plant and soil chemistry, fertilizer formulations, followed by setting fertility and biological targets for a given crop. Clients are guided to hit KPIs by feeding nutrients via foliar and soil application, inoculating biology with biocomplete compost, and applying biostimulants. We then verify targets have been obtained with repeated testing and ensure they are maintained with further input application. We distribute regenerative inputs that are produced in-house and sourced from partner suppliers. Our analytical portal will allow clients to order testing services, track results, access historical data, and receive tailored recommendations. We'll implement and develop AI to enhance service delivery and automate production decisions. We're driving innovation in both agriculture and computation by combining quantification with input distribution and usage, developing technology to assess and manage soil biology at scale, and standardizing the production of biocomplete compost while deploying mortal computation to automate compost production. Current methods for analyzing soil biology are costly and provide a limited view into the world of microorganisms.
Dear
We'll
Craig,
solve this problem.
I'm so sorry. I
Go
don't
ahead.
want to interrupt, but your slides are not moving for us. You're still on the first slide.
Oh no. Can I get a tech check and come back, or?
I think you can. Yeah, let's first try changing the slide so we know it's moving.
Okay.
I don't see anything moving yet. Perhaps you can stop sharing the screen and start sharing again, or go off the full screen. I think that will actually help more.
Yeah, and
We're
let's
gonna-
try again. And when you share, indeed, I think going off the full screen would be the best solution.
Okay.
We also became pros at, well, you were, but for me, that is a new experience, of course, the technical one.
Can you?
Then let's try
change my-
changing. I still only see one first slide. Yes, now it has changed. Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Fantastic. You can go back to wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay. So we scale biological intelligence by eliminating inputs that harm biological agents, closely monitoring plant and soil health through mineral and biological testing, and using inputs that balance soil chemistry and biology. Our belief is disease and pests can't proliferate in the presence of anaerobic and minerally balanced soil. We implement science with a toolkit that optimizes soil and plant health. Our toolkit consists of regenerative inputs, analytical testing, AI, and intelligent agents. Our approach starts with quantifying soil biology, plant and soil chemistry, fertilizer formulations, followed by setting fertility and biological targets for a given crop. Clients are guided to hit KPIs by feeding nutrients via foliar and soil application, inoculating biology with biocomplete compost, and applying biostimulants. We then verify these targets have been obtained with repeated testing and ensure they're maintained with further input application. We distribute regenerative inputs that are produced in-house and sourced from partner suppliers. Our analytical testing portal will allow clients to order testing services, track results, access historical data, and receive tailored recommendations. We'll implement and develop AI to enhance service delivery and automate production decisions. We're driving innovation in agriculture and computation by combining quantification with input distribution and usage, developing technology to assess and manage soil biology at scale, standardizing the production of biocomplete compost, and deploying mortal computation to automate compost production. Current methods for analyzing soil biology are costly and provide a limited view into the world of microorganisms. We'll solve this problem by upgrading an existing microscope with robotics and advanced machine learning. Our intelligent agent microscope will quantify soil microorganisms at scale while giving biological intelligence agency to control artificial systems. We've generated sales on our website, swisssoil.com, via organic traffic with no ad spend, negotiated favorable pricing and distribution terms with our partner suppliers, and formed a strategic partnership with Wolfram Research to develop the AI and ML components of our business. We're seeking to raise $427,000, which will be used for marketing, R&D, business operations, and personnel needs. Our team consists of myself and our co-founder, Benjamin Buehler. We both share a passion for regenerative agriculture and science. I worked in regenerative agriculture myself since 2008, mainly in Ghana. Benjamin is a landscape professional and beekeeper in Switzerland, and we're on a mission to produce clean food while ending environmental degradation.
We are back here first for mentors, investors, ecosystem at home. Don't forget to rate this startup on Matching Stars. Now, next question we're going to ask you. First one, I'm getting it here. Yes. Tell us more about how and why do you use AI in your solution?
Yeah, so we use AI in service delivery as far as like automating testing. We really serve as the glue between different laboratories and connect them. We're developing this intelligent agent microscope, which is going to be powered by AI um, to really push quantification of soil biology and automate that production. And we also need this tool to produce the product, one of our main inputs, biologically complete compost.
Compliment. Your concept is awesome, but what are your top challenges?
Really pushing the business, homing in our business model, raising funds and resources, develop the ML and AI component of our business, and really pushing like case usages of our products and methods, and working within agriculture and getting into the culture and the resistance of change and adaptation.
Indeed. Then, who is your target audience?
Mainly farmers. Right now, we're focused on Europe and North America, and these could be like conventional farmers, also like greenhouse producers, vertical farms. We also want to get into the home and garden space, and then service providers like landscapers, um, aerial drone operators, and we also want to work with commodity stakeholders, especially in cocoa and coffee.
Great. Apart from the software, what exactly will you be offering for customers?
Well, we actually sell inputs. So we have these regenerative fertilizers that cover the macro and the micronutrients, and they're salt free and carbon based. So we can actually spray them directly on the plant foliage and also feed them to the soil, and they don't harm soil biology. We produce biologically complete compost, and this is our main product to inoculate beneficial soil biology into the soil.
Fantastic.
Great. May I jump in with
Please do.
another question, more on the business side of the things? Can you expand on the revenue generation opportunities around your service?
Yeah, so we distribute inputs via an e-commerce channel, and then we sell testing services. We conduct the biological testing in-house, and then, like I said, we serve as the glue to connect laboratories around the world and offer testing solutions through one centralized portal.
Now, being too technical is something that we can't avoid, right? Being a startup. However, how do you plan to convince people that your solution is the best? For those who may feel like it is too technical, right? Like may feel like I know my soil. I'm good. How would you convince them that your product can help them?
Well, I think farmers worldwide are struggling, right, with the rise of input costs, regulations, and they're dealing with crop loss all the time. So they're willing to try new techniques, and we're offering a solution that actually saves soil.
So to my technical team, do I have time for one or two more questions? One more question, then that has got to be the golden question. Startup Bootcamp and your startup, why do you want to join the program?
Yeah, so we have a lot of innovation and ideas, but we really need to build a strong foundation. We need a strong mentorship, entrepreneurial love, to really like home in our business model and figure out how we're going to tackle various market segments.
Concise answers, clear definition. One thing I have to say to you and to all the startups is amazing when you know as well where you need help, where you want to grow. This is the first step into being a great startup. We want to thank you for your time. Thank you again for jumping in a little bit earlier so we could have your pitch here today. And we wish you great luck in the deliberation room. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Now, from Switzerland to UK, We are meeting the team of SoupR. Actually, I'm very intrigued to see how they will showcase their solution because it's something that I think we all could use.
Indeed.
Hello, hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Charlie.
You well?
Perfect.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Excited to be here.
Amazing. And we're excited to hear your pitch. So please, the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you. 1 second.
Just so you know, we hear you a little bit low, so maybe a bit of strength in the voice.
How's that?
That's better.
Fantastic.
Good luck.
Can you see everything?
Yep.
Okay, brilliant. Hi, so I'm Charlie, the founder of Super. I've been building startups for about 9 years now, primarily from the idea to revenue stage. And this has been across a range of industries from food tech, restaurants, hospitality, and tech automation. While doing this, tended to see kind of two huge problems. So when we were running restaurants during the pandemic, we had to look at ways to cut costs quite quickly. And looking into this, you realize that your staff and your rent costs tend to make up about 2/3 of those costs, which are then passed on to the consumer. You'll see this when going for a salad in an urban environment. In London, it's unlikely you're going to get change from a tenner, and you'll likely spend your lunch break queuing to make this happen. Which means it's not possible when you're in a bit of a rush for time. So lots of guys tend to offer for going for a meal deal from the supermarket because it's convenient. This is obviously a little worrying when you start to realize that it's got kind of similar levels of calories to a large Big Mac and fries, leaves you sluggish, slow in the afternoon, and affecting your work as well. So how do we fix this? We have a range of smart fridges and internet connected of things, vending machines that we install into offices, stocked with regular changing fresh, healthy food. Because we remove these rent and staff costs, we're able to pass on these cost savings to the consumer so that it's affordable, it's convenient, because it's available in the office 24/7. This is something that's widely accepted across the world. I mean, Japan, the gold standard of vending. In America, you've got companies like Farmer's Fridge doing this very well. And then on the continent, France, Switzerland, Saudi Arabia, further afield. This is why there's no surprise that the industry has an average growth rate of predicted of about 12% per year to 2030 in the fresh food vending space. But it's not here in the UK yet properly. So how do we make money? So the corporate tends to subsidize the food. The more they subsidize, the better benefit that their employees get. So they're incentivized to subsidize it more. The customer will then visit our fridges either on a pay-as-you-go model, tap their card, help themselves to a salad or a grain bowl or a pasta pot or something like that. Or what they can do is they can commit to subscribing to it. So they'll say, 2 days a week, I want to know that I've got my breakfast, lunch, and afternoon snack paid for. As this helps with forecasting and creating predictable revenue, we will give them a slight kickback with a discount as well. So where we got to? We launched a pilot back in February. This was bootstrapped to this point, and we've taken lots of learnings to test the model. We did a slight pivot of our products in May, June, and this saw us become profitable in June. We tend to make about a 70% gross margin on our fresh food products, and our customers so far have rated the service at about 97% or 4.85 out of 5. So we've defined our next steps. We know what works, what doesn't work, and where we need to go next. This investment will allow us to launch into more pilot sites, test our learnings, improve the tech, and expand our product mix and the quality on offer. The reason why we want to do this with SBC is the access to networks, mentors, guidance, and frameworks that I've learned is so important after 9 years within startups. Particularly for us, it's the network of corporate partners. We're always looking for new sites we can test this in, and it helps if there's a friendly aspect to it as well. Do you have any questions? Ooh.
For sure we do. Thank you for your pitch. Excellent presentation. And indeed, we were talking while you were presenting that, yeah, we definitely need something like this at our office. Indeed, it's a problem all companies face, right? You want your employees to be healthy, exactly. You want them to be well, and it's complex, it's complicated.
Exactly. So we will try, of course, to pass all of the questions from our mentors and investors, but I cannot promise that I will not sneak some of my own, because it is indeed very interesting. And I think the very first one, and this is also the one that I wanted to ask, so you already have traction, again, very impressive. What are the main learnings that you have from that pilot that you did?
100%. So we launched with kind of one product and it was very brand led. the thing that we've learned most is that you need to be hitting as many meal times so that value's there. So you're hitting, as I say, that breakfast, lunch, that afternoon spot. And a huge part of it is building trust. In the UK, obviously, this is something relatively new. So you need to change a bit of a perception. So tastings, being able to see the food before you purchase and knowing that there is a high quality product right there.
And then maybe a follow-up question on that. So talking about the product, you say fresh meals.
Yes.
But can you explain more? Because I'm also wondering how fresh can they be if they're in the vending machine? What is their shelf life? So everything about that part.
100%. So, I mean, we use our own kitchens. So there is no kind of supply chain lag at the moment. Because we're doing it in kind of minimized kitchens, it's about 4 days shelf life you get on it. But that's very similar to what you might get from kind of a supermarket or if you were meal prepping or anything on those lines. Once we move it into professional kitchens through using modified air pressure packaging and things like that, you can extend it to about 8.
Clear. And also when you were talking about the market, you said that there is nothing really similar in the UK yet. But why do you think it's not out there? So what stops your potential competitors from launching there?
Yeah, of course. So there's a couple of guys who've tried something similar, but apparently this tends to be the much larger corporate guys, and obviously it will cannibalize their kind of canteen revenue models already.
Clear. You want to take some of the questions? There's so many.
Yes, I'm marking here. Sabine, let me ask this one. Can you share more about why you and your team are so passionate about this problem? And follow-up question, why are you the right team to solve it? So first question, why do you want to solve this problem?
100%. So I think it's the most important aspect is you want to figure out where you can make the most impact. This is something that every office worker interacts with every day, and it's a problem. I mean, we've all been there when you said, I don't have time to get something healthy. I'm going to have to settle for something awful, or I'm going to have to spend a fortune to make it happening. So it will affect everyone. It's a huge market. It's quite a big blue ocean. As I say, I've spent 9 years across food tech, across restaurants, working in offices. So I know exactly how it works. I've been selling into these customer profiles, and I've been building products kind of within the space for a long time.
Fantastic. So about secret sauces, very, very appropriate question. What is the secret sauce of your startup?
Yeah, of course. So at the moment, it will evolve. The secret sauce to our startup is we make sure that everyone understands we're in testing mode. So our pilot location, we built really good relationships and had all of the employees being there. The advantage you've got with them being there every day is a captive audience. And it was changing that aspect to, instead of being nice and saying, you love the product, tell us what's working, what's not working. And it really brought people into the mission, the values, and helped us improve at a faster rate.
Fantastic. Now, next question, maybe Sabina, do you have one that you want to ask? Because I'm taking all your space here, but do you have one, Sabina?
Yes, absolutely. So, do you have questions on your go-to-market and growth plans? So, what comes now within UK and then potentially beyond?
Yeah, of course. So growth plans, I mean, we can be quite aggressive. We know just in London, there's about 3,000 offices that match our ICP alone, and that's kind of over 250 employees, a larger corporate rather than a workspace. Once you've gone from there, you can expand to UK-wide cities, so you have one central hub. But I mean, if you can get to 300 machines doing £5,000 revenue a month, you're already at a 20 million revenue run rate per year. Obviously, then you can expand wider, but the opportunity in the UK is right now. And then to do this, the go-to-market side of that is going to be, a lot of it's going to be partnership driven. So at the moment, lots of it's referrals, people who are referring us into their offices while we build up wait lists. But then we will start to kind of go with office fit out suppliers, maybe larger corporates, and go down that route as well.
Maybe just a quick follow-up, but how operationally scalable that is? Maybe you can tell a bit more about your team. How many people do you have?
Yeah, of course.
I really wonder how it will work from operations point of view.
Definitely, yes. I mean, the team at the moment, we're running things lean. As I say, we bootstrapped it up to about a month ago where we took on a little bit of funding. But that's been bought in through partnerships. We've got guys doing stuff for free. We've won a few competitions and got guys helping on that side of things. You can run it quite lean because you can piggyback on other people's logistics for a while. But in terms of the operations, so Farmers Fridge out in America, they've got one central kitchen that does both coasts, and they've got kind of thousands of machines. So you can centralize the hub, and obviously you get a bit of scale that goes with kind of the density of machines you get on restocking and that sort of stuff.
Fantastic. Follow-up question. Big deliveries, machines, environmental impact. What is the broader environmental and social impact of your solution?
Definitely. So I think, I mean, we are like food is the fuel that fuels kind of human beings. So if you're putting the right stuff in there, there's a noticeable difference in how you feel, your health, kind of longevity, your performance in the work you do. But also because there's so much more data that comes from controlling things within machines, we can predict wastage. We can do all of these sorts of things and see what's going on with sales, what's likely to go out of date. I mean, we can use apps to kind of push, all right, we've got, for instance, we have products that go out of date on a Thursday if we're on a 4-day shelf life. We can say, Susan in accounts really loves our salad. We'll make sure she's getting a 50% discount voucher that pings to her phone or to her email on the day it's about to go off. So there is no wastage.
That's amazing. My breakfast was hyper processed, and then now all I want is to have the machine here already. Now, last golden question. Starter Bootcamp and you. What do you want to really make sure you get from the Starter Bootcamp Accelerator program?
100%. So yeah, as I was saying, I've obviously been doing this for about 9 years now, building startups. So I know how important it is to have a team around you who, I mean, as you guys say, you've done hundreds of thousands of startups. So getting that advice, access to kind of seeing those risks that need to be mitigated, those frameworks that's going to take it further, and the access to kind of networks, investors, mentors, but most importantly for us, it's going to be corporate partners. I know I've kind of seen on some of our kind of hit lists of places we'd like to be in, they're listed on the Startup Bootcamp website as a partner. So that would be a big, big help.
Well, perfect. Indeed, yet again, an answer that really perfectly summarizes what we can help with at Startup Bootcamp. Thank you very much for your pitch. Again, there are lots of compliments from mentors and investors, and good luck in your next stage.
Very kind. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And now we are taking another flight to go to Ghana. And this next startup will be incorporated in the United Kingdom soon. We're talking about Ento Farms. Good morning, Victor. How are you?
I'm good. Excited to be here.
That's a great start. Now we're going to share your screen in a moment. And yes, you're ready to present. Best of luck.
Hi, everyone. I'm Victor from Ento Farms, an agri-tech agro-processing startup that deals in the manufacturing of a low-cost, highly nutritious, and highly sustainable feed for the aquaculture and livestock industry in Ghana. Feed constitutes 70 to 80% of a farmer's operating cost in Africa. And owing to the rapid population growth around the world, there is a huge feed food competition among humans and animals. This increased the cost of feed by almost 50% over the COVID period. And as a result, many livestock farms like mine had to cease operations. To solve this problem, we implement the principles of circular economy by using extrusion technology to process alternative ingredients such as insect protein and agricultural byproducts into a low-cost nutritional feed for the aquaculture industry in Africa. And our product offers value by saving our customers up to 30% in production costs and enabling their products to reach the market 3 weeks faster than that of traditional products on the market. And this is made possible through our innovative feed formulation that also provides farmers with higher incomes as they are able to experience more farming cycles within a farming season. We are currently operating a $200 million industry set to grow at an annual compound rate of 29.5%. And our products serve a broad range of farmers, including fish, poultry, and pig farmers. However, due to limited resources and our use of a beachhead strategy, we established that the aquaculture sector will be the best segment to target for efficient market penetration and adoption. The cost involved in making a standard 15-kilogram bag of our products goes for $16, and we sell at $26, making a profit of $10 on each bag that we sell. We sell to retailers and distributors at 11% markup, cutting down our profit margins to $13.14. We have set up a facility that has served over 800 farmers since 2020. And this has been achieved through our strategic partnerships with the Australian High Commission, Farmers Friend Company Limited, and Caremakers Fish Farms and Hatcheries. And we have received immense technical and financial support from other institutions such as the United States Development African Foundation and the European Union to set up a 672-ton capacity feed mill, which is expandable to 3,360 tons. The market for aquaculture feed is an already well-established industry in Ghana or in Africa. And to excel in this industry, we have a team that has a background in agribusiness management, finance, accounting, and management consulting. And I stand before you today asking for an investment of 525 euros so that we can scale our production and achieve our revenue targets in the first market before expanding into other geographical locations. And we believe that the collaborative environment at SBC will enable us to accelerate innovation and rapidly fine-tune our models. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I especially love the photo moment at the end, very illustrative. So we already have quite a lot of questions in. Can you briefly go over your production and supply chain processes?
Okay. We are looking at the individual cost of making our products. So the average cost of our bag goes for $26. And this comes at a fixed cost of $4 and variable cost of $4 as well. Hold on, let me just quickly revise that.
Do you want to share a slide with the process?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to that slide.
Yeah, so we give you a little bit more time, of course, to go over it. Yeah.
Okay, so in regards to in regards to our revenue model, the standard price of a bag of our product goes for $26, and each unit costs about $16 to produce, contributing a margin of $10 on each bag that we produce.
Very clear. Then we can stop sharing the slide as well, because I think that was a very nice illustration. So can you talk a bit more about the competition? Because now there are quite a lot of similar kind of snacks and solutions. What makes you unique?
Okay, so when it comes to the African space markets, specifically the Ghanaian markets, we have 6 main brands that are currently dominating the industry. And most of these brands are foreign entities that will usually import their product into the country, as opposed to having a production facility in the country. And this importation creates an avenue for high feed prices, which in turn increases the pain points of farmers. But then with our unique innovative feed formulations, we're able to provide a cost-effective feed for the local farmers. So just to put this in perspective, right? The price of our lowest competitor goes for 22 Ghana cedis per kilogram. And at Entofarms, we charge a price per kilogram of 16 Ghana cedis per kilogram. So with that difference, you can see the sort of impact we are making.
No, absolutely. That then is very clear. So you do have quite impressive traction. What are your main learnings from it, and what are you looking to improve in your product?
Okay, so one key learning from our traction that we've gained is really working with a lot of farmer groups and farmer associations, as it allows us to, garner more reach. And, through the experience we've had, we are quite fortunate to have, developed a vast amount of connections. And being in touch with these farmers have really allowed us to understand the way they think. And then this has greatly contributed to us establishing product market fit for the market that we operate in.
And then maybe even again, based on your traction, how are you going to ensure the quality of the product?
Okay, so moving forward, one thing we aim to do is, so aside having quality assurance managers, one thing we aim to do is including IoT and then AI to, analyze the operational parameters of our operations, just to ensure that each batch that is produced doesn't vary too much in the quality that we churn out.
And then expanding Ghana and beyond, do you look at other countries or other places to expand to, and how do you want to tackle that?
So definitely. With SBC's help, we believe that we could easily expand into other geographical regions whereby we have satellite production facilities to, circumvent the logistics involved of importing from one country to the other African countries.
Well, I think that then is quite clear. What I do want to ask you to expand on is the team, because of course we kind of brushed through it by the end of the pitch. But what makes your team the one to be working on this product?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So Enzo Farms, we have a very solid team that has a vast number of connections within the agri space, and this really allows us to leverage on our experience and then reach more farmer groups. And aside that, we also have people with strong agribusiness backgrounds along with management consulting backgrounds that really allows us to handle the business aspects of our production.
Fantastic.
So, I mean, just one of our team members alone has access to over 5,000 farmers based on his past experiences as an agri officer and with his former experiences in other organizations within the similar industry.
Great. I think we have time for two more questions, so I'll ask one and then I'll give you the pleasure of the last question, of course. How strong do you feel is the threat from current players in this segment, so insect-based proteins for livestock, from existing producers in Europe?
Can you kindly repeat that question again?
Absolutely. So how strong do you feel is the threat, so the competition, from current players that are in your segment that are currently producing it in Europe?
Okay, so in terms of European manufacturers being a threat, I think if you look at the dynamics, you realize that the African space and then the European space have completely two different dynamics in play. So you realize that when you come to the African region, you'll be able to produce more cost effective that is more suitable towards the farmer's pocket, as opposed to having more or expensive and more rigid guidelines within the European space.
Very clear. Again, thank you very much for pitching and for very clear answers. Now, in perhaps one sentence, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? What is the most important thing that you want to get out of it?
Okay, so one thing that really excites the Enzo Farms team about the Startup Bootcamp is your eagerness to, contribute to developing startups around the globe, especially when it comes to African startups like mine. And we believe that you guys really will be able to give us the technical expertise, the guidance, and then the network to really scale our business to the level that we need it to go to.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the pitch, for very clear answers, and good luck to you on the next step.
Thank you very much.
And now, we were supposed to go on a break, but we cannot before we meet Sensgrass again. Now, Sensgrass will be the 10th startup that we're going to meet this morning. We're going to go after their pitch on a quick break, and then after that, we will return with 10 more pitches. But first, it's time for Sensgrass directly from the UK. Hello, Lalit. How is it going now? Do you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. I hear you loud and clear as well. You need to share your screen with us and then we will be able to put it on the system here.
Sure. Just let me know if you can see my screen. And apologize for the technical glitch last time. Just
Don't
let
worry.
me know if you can see my screen. And
you absolutely see your screen. We see your presentation. You can go back to the keynote.
Sure.
Now we see, yes, perfection. Good luck and have a great pitch.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lalit. I'm the founder and CEO of Sensgrass. We're building the first climate change platform to tackle the soil impact. Our agriculture ecosystem facing three major problems: the use of excessive chemical fertilizers and high carbon emissions, the lack of decision support because of lack of data, and of course, the high labor costs and the low yield as well. And this is not just a European problem, but this is a global problem because we still using the conventional way to find out the solutions and the recommendations in the agriculture market. After 2 years of research and two patent, we have designed and developed this solution. Now imagine a tool that gives you a real-time actionable soil data. Yes, this is possible because we have built the first AI agronomist that reduce your input cost up to 40%, increase your yield and profitability up to 20% by providing a very personalized recommendations with an IoT-enabled AI solutions. Let me quickly tell you how the product works behind the scene. We are the first company who designed this nutrition and carbon soil sensors, where we're capturing the soil data and combining with satellite data, climate data, and the user input data. And all these data goes to the second component, which is AI agronomist, and calculate hundreds of ideal data points to giving very personalized recommendations to the corporates and farmers to make decision making. So you can see millions of data points processed in this on this simple dashboard, and our AI at a very dynamic level gives you a lot of predictions to save your cost, increase your yield, but also making sure we're doing the sustainable farming practices as well. We provide a lot of value propositions to the users, but three major categories is reduce the input cost and the carbon emission, increasing the yield, and improve the profit. We have been in the market for a while and we have been developing and testing this model. We already have some early traction and some validated paid pilot customers generating some early traction. But the most importantly, we have a lot of prepaid bookings in the funnel as well with some of the notable clients. Our business model is a SaaS-based company. We provide the annual agreement to the corporates, usually start from 20,000 USD onwards, and a very simple unit model to the farmers if they are small-scale farmers. And why we're doing this? We have a third generation farmers. We have almost serial entrepreneurs with over 30 years of experience. Two exit already with the founders and Forbes 30 and MIT entrepreneurs. We do have some bunch of great other team members and advisors helping us to build this product. In terms of competition, I think we are focused more on the climate change impact on the agriculture. That make us different. We have our first AI agronomists that provide a very personal recommendations, patented nutrition and carbon soil sensors as well. Why it's start a boot camp? Because we consider this program and this place as the agriculture valley of the global market. We definitely exploring the B2B and B2C customers, also the mentor and advisors to build this great product, and of course the networks and corporate support. We also doing some of the penetration in the market through the program, also exploring the pilots and sales, and of course further fundraising. We are also raising funds to do the product development, sales and marketing, and the commercial production, which means making money out of money. We are not just a purely tech company, but equally a social impact company focusing on the SDGs as well. And that's it from SenseGrass. I know I'm ahead of the time, but thank you for listening and happy to take your questions now.
Thank you for a great pitch. Thank you very much. We're happy to have you here, and we already got a few questions. We, of course, still encourage mentors to send your questions right now, so we make sure because it's getting crowded already, so send them away. Now, first, how much do you plan to charge each customer?
Yeah, so it's a very customized pricing model. Normally, it goes with the 12 by 12 model, which means we have the 12 months agreement for the corporates. And the pricing is completely depend on what kind of crop you have, how big is the field, and what kind of features you want. We focusing more on the specialty crops, orchards, and like the high cash crops like the fruits, orchards, vegetables. But we equally open for the raw crops like wheat, corn as well. So, for example, just a quick example, if you have wheat, corn, or maybe like soya, and if you have a 500,000 acre field in somewhere in the US versus a 50-acre field with the strawberry in the southern Netherlands, the pricing will be different because these are the two different kind of field. For the farmers, for the individual farmers, it usually goes with 249 euros per year kind of subscription, which is I think fit for like in a very one small 10-hectare field farm size.
Fantastic. I already have some more compliments here for you. Great pitch, superb storytelling. Fantastic. Now, could you describe the perfect client for your product?
Sure. So we actually doing some work with the PepsiCo. So PepsiCo is, I guess, a perfect client to explain. The reason is PepsiCo is the one of the largest contract farming company. Of course, we know PepsiCo as a soft drink maker company, but they do a lot of contract farming, especially growing the potatoes, soya, and other type of crop for their chips, for the chips and FMCG market. So PepsiCo is doing a lot of contract farming. They want to source the best quality crops, especially the potatoes, but they do not have any involvement into the field. Okay, the reason is because farmers are the responsible for doing the farming for them. So PepsiCo looking for the solution where they can instruct their farmers and their team on the local ground to make sure they're reducing the resources while doing the higher yield as well. So PepsiCo is like I consider as a FMCG company or farm management company is a perfect example. But apart from this, I think the perfect clients are seed companies, farm management companies, fertilizer companies, and even like the hardware companies like John Deere, Kubota as well, because they want to utilize the solutions to make the recommendations to their customers.
Makes sense. So you also get then a distributor, right? Because you have a client that has their clients lowering the cost per acquisition for you. How scalable is your solution considering the high cost of IoT sensors?
Exactly. So we do not consider our company as an IoT and hardware company. We are a pure B2B, B2C SaaS company. So the hardware element is one of the important element of the company because these are our proprietary and patented product. These hardware comes into the two variant. The first is like in a plug and play that can be fit into the tractors or the big machines, and the second one is a plug and play. So these sensors, we do not sell sensors as the product, but we sell these sensors as a lease model or the rental model. So we simply consider this as a so our go-to marketing strategy is through the channel partner sales, which means or the third party sales. So we do not take care of the IoT, the capex of the IoT in the hardware.
Sabina, I see you're dying to ask a question as well, so go, Sabina.
Yes. So I wanted to follow up on your previous answer. So we understood who is the ideal customer, but what is your go-to-market strategy to get them?
Exactly. So just to combine the first and second answer, I think this is very important for us. Our go-to-marketing strategy is two directional. The first is the direct sales, and the second is the channel partnership, channel sales. So the direct sales is something where we directly reaching out to the corporates. These are small corporates or large companies, as I mentioned, Corteva and PepsiCo and so on. And these are also reach out to us through the inbound and outbound, the leads we have. And these are like where the C-level team including myself reach out and talking to the companies. The second is the channel partnership or the channel sales, and this is very useful for us to scale globally actually. So we have a customers, tested customers in Europe, in Asia and US as well. The channel partners are someone who is like they can be like the ag retailers, the tractors and hardware companies, or the farm management companies. So we appointing these channel partners in the different geographies, and these people are responsible for selling to the either directly to the farmers, which is our secondary focus right now, but also directly and talking to the customers, the companies in that specific market. So the benefit of these channel partnership is also like we do not need to be involved in all the decision making on the ground. And something if something happen in, let's say, Netherlands or in France, these channel partners are the face of the company, and this also help us to scale globally in the future.
Great. I get another question here. Positive impacts to society due to your solution. So tell us more about the positive impacts your solution has in the environment and in society.
Yeah, that's also very important question. So as I mentioned, we always pitch SenseGrass not as a very deep tech company, but also equally a social impact company, because we do the environmental impact, social impact, and the financial impact. The environmental impact is like reducing their excessive use of the fertilizers and saving the fertility of the land. Around 30% of the land and soil also already degraded because of use of excessive chemical fertilizers and water, zero water level. So that's one focus where we're making the regenerative and sustainable farming practices, making sure we have the right amount of the nutrient and fertilizer. The second is the social impact. There's a lot of most of the agtech companies are built for the large corporates and the large family farms. Let's say somewhere in the Midwest in US. But let's say the average farms in European market is 68 hectares. In Africa is even just 2 hectares, and even in India and Asia is even small as well. So we also want to make sure the solution can be fit for around 72% of the global farmers. Those are small to mid-scale farms. That's the second social impact. And the third impact is the financial impact. The financial impact is because the farmers is facing a lot of crisis because of the low yield and the low income as well. So I think improving and increasing their income while making sure they're doing the right generative practices is also very important aspect of the social impact we have been offering. So I think the environmental, financial, and social impact, this is the three pillar of the SINS class.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
I think sums it up perfectly.
Did you rehearse that question? Because that was like 1, 2, 3, and summarizing the 3 points again. Fantastic. Really well done. Golden question.
Definitely, absolutely. So, in one sentence, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
I'm like, it's very hard to explain in one sentence, but I briefly mention 3 to 4 points in one sentence. The first, as I mentioned, it's the startup bootcamp, and especially this location is a very important for agtech and foodtech startups. We want to leverage that kind of the wisdom and the experience this place has. The second is I always consider I know the startup bootcamp being an entrepreneur, the kind of the support they give in terms of the mentors and advisors is a very valuable. As a startup founder, you are a small team, you always need the extended version of your founders. I always consider these mentor and advisor as the extended version of the company. The third is actually the corporate. I think startup bootcamp focus more on the corporate and the network focus. I think that's what we're looking for, because the corporate and the network support can leverage us to do the further pilot and more validation. And of course, like, a place where we can set up the things and scale globally to the rest of the market.
Yeah, well, perfect. Then once again, sounds exactly like something Startup Bootcamp can help with. Thank you very much for your pitch, for your energy and passion, and good luck on your next step.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you.
Wow. Can you believe
Very sick again. Wow.
But can you believe these were 10 pitches?
I can't. I mean, it is so inspiring. They're so innovative and they're so passionate. And I think it's really a privilege to be here doing this job. So I really want to thank again the startups for doing this and for trusting us with their innovation, with their story, and as I said in the beginning, with their dreams.
Well, and I want to thank the mentors, investors, and other ecosystem members who are with us all of these 3 days. I see the same names quite often, so it really means a lot for us, all of your feedback, all of your participation.
But Sabina, it sounded like it's the end, and it's not yet the end. No, stay over there. Stay there with us, because we're coming back very soon. We're gonna be back at 1:30 p.m. So in exactly 1 hour. In 1 hour, we're gonna be back. We suggest you keep your window open, not of your home. Well, if your home is your choice, but the window here, startupbootcamp.org. Keep the live stream going, because we will be back, and then you just wanna make sure that you do not miss it. Invite your friends, invite your colleagues, other investors to watch, because we are going to meet 10 exciting new startups solving massive problems and bringing the future of food and agri-tech to reality today. This is Startup Bootcamp Selection Days.
See you soon.
And welcome back. All right, friends, welcome back to the second session of Food and Agri-Tech. This is the afternoon session, and today we already met 10 fantastic startups in the realm of food and agri-tech, and now we're getting ready. We are not only getting ready, we are actually fully ready to meet another 10 fantastic startups. Now, you are for sure invited to participate, and how can you participate, Sabina?
Well, all through Matching Stars. So once again, for those who perhaps just joined, Matching Stars is the web app through which you can actually help us and impact the decision making and helping us find those 10 perfect startups for food and agri-tech program. So if you so far have not been onboarded on Matching Stars, or you have any questions or issues around the app, just drop your email in the Q&A box next to the player and the team will get it sorted. If you are in the Matching Stars, then after the startup pitches, you ask questions through the Q&A box, you form your opinion, so you have the full picture. Only then please go to Matching Stars and put a star, golden star on a startup if you think they belong in our accelerator program, and then maybe just go to the dashboard and rate them on all the other metrics, because this is really what we take into account when, of course, making a selection. And we will keep reminding you to do that, but I think the best time to do it is right after the startup pitches, so everything is fresh in your mind.
Absolutely. Have you posted on your LinkedIn that you're joining us today? We welcome you and we encourage you to do so. Bring your colleagues, bring your contacts as well to help. We are willing, and not willing, we are very happy to have people joining in today to provide their feedback. And we also want to hear from you. What do you think of these days? How are you experiencing selection days? And how do you like the startups? You can always shout out in the comment box next to the video about how you're feeling, how you're experiencing it, as well as questions to the startups. Now we're gonna go for the afternoon slot pitches, and the first up is coming all the way from the UK. It is Farmer, or about, I assume, do I say it correctly? Farmer.
Yes, Farmer.
Nice, but with an F and an H, so they got an edge there. Well, I think your slides are gonna go up soon, and you are ready to pitch. Just a reminder, you're on the second slide now.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you for having me. My name is Timothy. Did you know that Nigeria wastes 40% of its total food production annually? In 2021, the United Nations released a disturbing statistics that state that 37.9 million tons of food goes to waste annually in Nigeria. That's about 40% of the total food production and 31% of the land used. FAO also released a statistics that says 26% of the product only gets sold. And in 2023, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics said $10 billion worth of food was imported last year. So that's to tell you that the problem is not consumption or production. The problem is that there's a divide between who is producing what and who needs what's being produced. Our platform, Farmer, is developing a solution that empowers businesses to list their needs and innovating how agricultural businesses and individuals buy and sell agricultural products by empowering businesses to list their needs and farmers fulfill their needs. Unlike our competitors, we empower users to post their needs, allowing farmers to meet people with genuine interest in their product, and businesses get supplies that meet their specific requirements. The African market is currently at $280 billion, and the Nigerian market, which is our current target market, is at $48.5 billion. Our business model, we are going to be charging about 5% commission on every successful transaction that happens on the platform. We will also be able to upsell the customers when we had other services like logistics. Also, our availability to spread across Africa makes us a venture that is very scalable. And on our team, my name is Timothy, again, as rightly introduced. I'm the founder and the CEO. I have a bachelor's in agriculture, extension and rural development, and I also hold a master's degree in data science and AI. And also, previously, I worked in the Ministry of Agriculture, where I have access to over 20,000 communities of farmers at the moment. And also, my COO is Femi Roya, who also has a background in agriculture, like a deep background in agriculture, and also holds an MSc in business analytics. Also worked with Tribe Agri, a company that has raised $60 million in funding. And making them a potential user of our platform. Also, we have our CTO, who is a full stack developer, and our CMO, who is very well versed in the marketing space. And also our traction, we currently have our community platform which is live. We have over 350 users at the moment. We have also we held our recent competition that had over 100 applications. We also have 272 people signed up for our waiting list, and also we already have 54 letter of intent filed. Our impact, we are looking to employ over 2,000 youths using the aggregator model. That is for people that can access our platform also, and those farms that can supply this product, they can run the aggregator model. So by publishing demand thread by region and influencing farmers' decision, we are looking to reduce food waste by 10% in 5 years' time. So we need the startup bootcamp to spread across the Nigerian market and across the African market also. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, we thank you for the great presentation. Thank you so much. So we already have some questions. First, compliment, great team composition. We love to see as well the team slide is super important. After all, it's not just about the ideas, it's about the team behind them, the team driving that innovation. So first question, how do you vet farmers and businesses, for inclusion in this platform for authenticity and quality?
Sorry, can you take the question again, please?
Absolutely. So how do you vet? So how do you make sure that you have selection of farmers and businesses when you include them so that you make sure that they are authentic and of quality?
The Nigerian government have this verification method for farmers, and also we are working with ADPs who they are on board as our advisors, agricultural development programs, and they are going to be giving us farmers profiles and telling us the kind of product they sell, their bookkeeping, and how well for verification, general verification, and KYC.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, next question is, tell us the data points you collect and how you use them to continuously improve your product.
Okay, number one, the data point, like I said in part of the impact, we'll be analyzing demand by region to see what product is in demand and influencing farmers' decision on what to produce, because there's no point producing what is not needed. So for example, if in your region, cassava is what is needed, there's no point producing maize. That would also contribute to food waste. So
clear. So there is another question. Can you tell us a bit more about the part of your customer base, the feedback that they have shared so far, and maybe focus what is the positive part of feedback and what are the improvements that you need to make?
All right. So from the 272 people that signed up our waiting list, over 38% of them said they have problem communicating with potential users, potential customers. That is on both ends. They have problem accessing the right supplies, and also farmers also have problem accessing their own customers. Number one, because of pricing, right? Now, in part of my pitch slide, my pitch deck, there was a part that a farmer was encouraging other farmers to order products and make the price go up. So our platform takes away the monopoly of power, because when you post a need, several people is going to send offer and bargain. So you are able to control the pricing on your own. So I think that answers the question.
Yeah, perfect.
Amazing. Now let's go talking about moving forward, expansion strategy. How do you aim to expand your startup inside or outside of Nigeria?
For a start, after we capture our total addressable market, right, then we are going to implement it. Nigeria will be like a pilot phase for all of our future engagement. So we are going to implement the solution across other African countries, because the statistics is still the same for Africa. Last year we wasted 52% of the total food production. So that's like a general problem in the African region. So that is telling you that the venture is very scalable, and we can move from Nigeria to Ghana to any other country and we'll still be successful.
Fantastic. And another question, Why is this problem important for you?
It's important. It's important for me because I actually studied agriculture for my bachelor's degree, and during my project research, I worked on farmers market for cassava. And to be fair, what I saw on my research was disheartening. Like I was crying for these farmers because most of their product goes to waste. Sometimes before they get to the company, the product lose the weight. So those are the problems they experience when they don't get to sell their product on time. And also, I've sold cassava. At one point, I acted like an aggregator, but I had to start collecting due from the research I did for my undergraduate. I had to start collecting cassava from farmers and supplying Chinese companies that produce ethanol. And this Chinese company is part of the people that signed our LOI also.
Amazing.
Very clear. And maybe we can fit another question, of course. So how do you address the logistical challenge of connecting maybe farmers in maybe less connected areas, more rural areas, to actually all of these urban markets across Africa?
So we looked into the logistics, and we don't have the capacity at the moment to run logistics plus our solution at the moment. So we've identified partners, for example, DHL, and there's another company called Vindis that they transport agricultural products. So we are going to be partnering with them. We've sent a letter of interest also to them. So we are yet to get feedback, and we are going to give them a follow-up on that. So they are going to be handling our logistics at the moment till we can add logistics as a service on our own hand.
Oh, I have one more, sorry.
Of course.
Why is now the right time for your startup? Why is it urgent? Why is it now?
Right now, Nigeria is experiencing food inflation at the moment because one party is ordering food, the other party is unable to sell, right? Most food is not getting to who needs the food, and people are still importing food. If you look at the statistics in Nigeria is one of the highest importer of rice and poultry meat, and yet we produce over 149 million head of bed every year. And so where is all of that going? So that is why it is very important we start now.
Absolutely. Now the dream golden question. Startup Bootcamp. Why should the selection panel choose your startup?
Why should they choose us? Number one, the startup bootcamp works on food to table. Number one, that's part of the goals, and they're also working on sustainable development goal that tackles food waste. So we shared the same interest. What we are trying to solve is also in the interest of the startup bootcamp.
Very clear, to the point. So I think we're ready to thank you for your presentation and wish you best of luck on your next step.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck.
Well, definitely we just started our second half, but you already feel the inspiration from these startups. You already see they're solving real problems they face themselves. I mean, they're not just solutions, right? They're really motivated to solve problems, but from their heart. I think this is really beautiful, and that's exactly the recipe for success for any startup. Now we're ready for startup number 12 of the day.
We are going to Germany to meet a company that's about to be incorporated in UK. We're here to meet Tanit.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction.
Hello.
Good afternoon. How are you feeling today?
Very good. A bit pixelated in the background, but pretty good.
No problem. We can see you, we can hear you, and now we're going to see your slides and you are ready to pitch. Good luck.
Thank you very much for the introduction, guys, and the opportunity to pitch today. So I'm here to talk about Tanit, which is an AI-powered feed-to-fork platform for a better earth. And what is the problem that we're facing? It's one that you're probably familiar with. It's one that is a global problem. And it's basically that we are reliant on a food chain that relies on synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. And when you put enough of that into the ground, you deplete the soil quality, you damage nearby water supplies, and you harm the pollinator counts around the world. So we've said, well, there's a better way of doing it. Let's actually completely replace synthetic agriculture with regenerative agriculture as the global norm. And that is our mission at Tanit. The way that we're doing that is via a 4-stage platform process. And that means we start off with a process known as integrated trophic design, where we help the farmers with trap crops, cash crops, cover crops, and companion crops. We basically show them how to design ecosystems on 1,000 square meter plots of land so they can begin the transition away from synthetics to organic fertilizers and organic processes. We support that further with a yield booster network that includes the biochar providers, includes microalgae and other biofertilizer providers. We then back that up with an international harvest community who are essentially willing workers able to make this transition happen for the farmers in place. Then, when the product is ready, we put it onto the cornucopia marketplace. And that is an international platform where bulk buyers like hotels, restaurants, and supermarkets can actually buy in advance the product that has been produced through this entire synthetic-free chain. And so that's where we generate income, but we also generate income through the sale of data, because this is intercropping, this is new, this is the future. And so companies such as research institutes, consultancies, as well as those involved in the carbon sequestration trade, they need verification of their processes, particularly when it comes to biochar. So we're supporting that. We're supporting farmers with a very, very modest subscription model, and it's free for the first 20, plus we have the 15% commission on the platform itself. So that means we're in a marketplace that looks a little bit like this. What we are specifically offering is an AI-powered solution to this entire process, which uses intercropping and all the knowledge over the past centuries related to this. Plus, we back it up with this 4-stage platform that really is field to fork, removing a lot of the risk from both the buyers and the farmers themselves. That means we're targeting the global south, and we have agreements in place with Ecuador and Peru. And we're looking at supporting this entire process of global expansion with a team of 10 people. They are principally soil scientists, they are data scientists, and there are communication scientists involved. And what we're looking at doing is having an investment of 1 million over 2 years to reach our first 20 farms and expand that with the knowledge that we have bulk buyers in place. And that's basically where we're looking for support from the Startup Bootcamp to help those introductions take place.
Well,
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for the pitch. Perfect timing and very clear. And now we already have some questions, so you can a little bit elaborate on some details. Can you tell exactly what is the AI technology behind the platform?
Yeah, it's basically extracting a lot of information that human observers have put together over the past centuries related to intercropping. So that means when you look at cash crops, trap crops, companion crops, and cover crops, they work as an ecosystem. And so they attract beneficials, such as pollinators. And certain pollinators and beneficials can basically feed on the pests. So they control the pest population in the fields themselves. But what happens when you actually do, and people who have soil understanding and plant and botany understanding, when you have a diverse patch of land, what happens is that they increase the carbon count, increase the actual soil fertility, you might want to understand it in simple terms, so that you can actually improve the yields that you're having through the fields. And it's a very natural process. It's already been around for tens of thousands of years. And so we're actually just harnessing that with AI, backed up with the platform itself. So the knowledge that we then extract from the fields is fed back to the farmers so that we can iterate and iterate and iterate over a period of however long it takes. And so that way we can actually support the entire food chain from the farmers all the way through to the actual buyers themselves and you and I, the consumer.
Sounds like a perfect plan, actually. Well, I have the second part of that question. What actually inspired you to completely challenge the existing process? What were your feasibility check findings?
Okay. So back in 2021, I saw how glyphosate was being still on the market. And I couldn't completely understand why that was the case, because glyphosate, if you're familiar with it, is basically coated with a surfactant. And this surfactant damages the navigation systems of bees. And this is pointless. Like, why would you introduce that into a system that we rely on to feed ourselves by damaging the things that help us feed ourselves? It doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. But it's been around for 50 years and it's still there. And it's very, very difficult for farmers to get off that. They can't really, because it's kind of a system trap. They have to use it to ensure that they provide enough food and to basically feed themselves and the communities they serve. So that was the starting point, and it's a difficult one. And we said we can't just throw a solution at them, because we really need to guide them through this process step by step. So that's why we start with 1,000 square meter fields. We say, take it easy. You don't need to go all in on this. be very small. We only need a very small package of land to begin on this process. We can start by hand-holding you through this process. We have technicians who go out into the fields, they measure it, they measure the biodiversity. They're there to actually support them, and they're online in the local languages of the farmers. So they're actually completely guiding them towards a future that they can actually say, wow, this is great. And then we throw in things like insurance in case their crop fails, because we're using this complete structure. So we can actually back up the entire process and support the farmers involved at the same time.
So important, right? I think everybody talks about the transition towards a greener, more efficient, but nobody says, how are we going to get there? There's this urgency, but it's solutions like yours that are really making it possible, not just for the big players in the market, but as well for everybody. So super, super interesting. I wanted to ask you why your team is the right team to do this, to solve this problem.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we have a mix of communication, soil, and data. So that means we have AI experts on the field. We have people who are engaged in very specific aspects of soil regeneration. We have people who are experienced in the food chain on the board. So we have everybody who is actually essential for this kind of understanding to happen. And a lot of them do come from the global south, right? It just happens to be that this is coincidence, but not necessarily, because when you think about it, the people from those areas are powering the future. They have to be the ones who are supported from the very beginning, because they're the ones who are so vulnerable at this stage. So it's a mix of the biodiversity in our team, and we extend that biodiversity into the fields essentially to ensure that the transition happens with the people that they can trust, who speak the same language, who understand the difficulties that they face as farmers, and don't try to give a top-down solution, because that doesn't work. And we say, no, it's a bottom-up solution. We guide you. And that's where the communication comes in, like all the different systems that we're implementing to ensure that the communication takes place at a very understandable level for farmers, just delivered by experts around the world. And one of the newest people who's joined our team is responsible for actually facilitating that knowledge network around the world, getting the people in and making sure that we do have the sufficient resources, verbal communicative resources, to deliver that promise that we're offering.
Amazing. And you talk about the promise you want to deliver. That's perhaps a fantastic segue. What is your dream with your startup?
I think it's a very clear one. It's like we need to replace synthetic agriculture. That's it. And we have to be the ones who power that, and we have to think very carefully how we do it. Because it's a very, very difficult problem. So we've looked at this problem for 1 year or more, if you consider the 2021 paper that I wrote about this. It's a very specific problem, and it needs multiple players to work. You need to be able to say, yep, I'm investing in my future from both sides. So the bulk buyers need to say that they can do this, and the customers from the other side, the farmers themselves, need to know that they do this, because they take a risk, right? There's risks inherent in any kind of system change. So we take the risk out for both parties by offering a solution that serves both parties.
Clear. Then maybe I will ask the question before the last one, which can be a good bridge. So what kind of partners, what kind of mentors, what kind of collaborations you would need to make sure that you follow your roadmap?
I think there can be listed into three: bulk buyers, hotel chains, restaurants, and supermarkets. The data buyers, and they can be broken down into 11 different segments, but let's keep it easy and say research institutes, consultancies, and people inside the actual carbon sequestration market now who need verifications of the processes that they're taking. And I would say collectives. Individual farmers are hard to reach, so we would have to work with collectives in different parts of the world, also known as cooperatives or cooperativos in the Spanish-speaking world. And so we look at working with them specifically to multiply this particular solution across their networks. And taking those from a starting point, then you have additional things like seed suppliers, because clean seeds, as they're called, are not that easy to find. So we have to build up a network of clean seed providers to actually enable the transition to happen. And this is a particular problem in Mexico, for example. It's very hard to get clean seeds. So we have to develop that, and we may need to nurture that ourselves with the underlying network that we're kind of putting together.
Clear. Well, I would say that it is time for our signature question, which is, why start a bootcamp accelerator, and what do you want to get out of it?
Yeah, I think based on your backgrounds, I mean, it seems clear that you are a food startup, right? It's a clear market angle that you positioned yourselves as, and that's clearly where we're coming from as well. So that makes it a symbiotic, to use a botanical term, relationship. So that would be something that we would start from. And so introductions to bulk buyers, such as those food purchasers who are interested in the bulk aspect. And I think it's a little bit of investment in the sense that, we don't need a great deal, but we do need that kickstart at the beginning to pay for the kits. We need to pay for the technicians to go to the fields, and this kind of verification of the first 20 farms. That's what we're looking for in terms of the simple financial aspects of this, right? So it's both. It's the connections, it's the sales to the connections, the sales policies that you also include in your bootcamp, and then that injection of cash to ensure that we can actually couple that knowledge and that network together in a system that we can actually work together to expand.
Well, you know what you want and you know how to get there. That's fantastic, Jerome. Thank you for your very clear pitch.
Take care.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go to Startup Lucky 13.
Well, before we move, I do want to remind everyone to not forget to cast your vote on Matching Stars, because not sure if you know how important it is, because your vote can really change the trajectory and help us choose 10 best of the best startups for food and agri-tech cohorts. And before, of course, you cast a vote, I believe we need to let the startup talk for a bit more than 3 minutes. So it's your time to ask questions, to ask them elaborate on some points that are not clear to you, to make your final vote. And now we are actually not going anywhere. We are staying in the Netherlands to meet the founders of Much Group.
Hi, everybody.
Hello,
hello. Alexander.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to today. Sun is shining here, and that's also how I'm feeling. So,
nice.
Amazing.
How are you?
Great. Doing good as well. We don't see the sun because they close the curtains for the lights, but I will believe you and I will feel the sun in my heart.
That's great.
Well, the floor is yours. We're excited to hear your pitch.
Well, all right. Well, I'm Zander Koning. I am the Chief Operating Officer and Commercial Director of Much Group BV. We are the creators of Muchroom, a shiitake-based meat alternatives. And when we're speaking about meat alternatives, often the discussion goes about how bad meat is for the environment and the impacts of that. But that's not what we'll be talking about today. Today, we'll be talking about the alternatives currently available and our answer to that. So our research, Rabobank research, has shown and has indicated that there's a lot of these companies making meat alternatives, introducing it to the market. They're very far removed from the actual restaurants and the actual people eating them. And we're very clearly seeing that people are not convinced by what they're eating in terms of texture, taste, mouthfeel. They don't know what's on their plate. There's a lot of bullshit. Well, it's a lab creation almost that they're eating. It's supposed to be food and not tech. And that brings us to Muchroom, where we take 100% mushroom. We take the stems, right, of the shiitake, which are often discarded or thrown away. We give it our own hydrothermal treatment. We take a few steps. We tenderize it in a fat-rich environment, just like someone would do with meat at home, to deliver a complete user experience. And what that essentially means is that we have a 100% mushroom product that checks all the boxes that meat checks without imitating it, because an imitation can never be the same as the original. And that little mushroom that comes out, we call Muchroom, can be shredded, it can be grinded, it can be molded, you can do a lot of things to it. And and it will become something else. And in our first step of our 1.0 portfolio, that's the step we hope to be taking end of this year, start of next year. We'll be introducing these heavyweight champions. We have our pulled much, when we shred the mushroom. We have the tartar, which you can dice up, you add the mayonnaise. We have much belly, which takes a few more steps of a little bit of processing, but no strange ingredients included. And I say we, so who are we? Well, I'm Zander. I have a background in management and sales and in the restaurant industry as well. We have Rick, who is our CEO with a master's in corporate finance, and he has started a vegan restaurant in Ho Chi Minh City. And Sebastian, who's currently still freelancing. He has this culinary brain. I love this guy. And he's still working as freelancer. He is still out there. So where Rick and I used to be part of the decision-making units that need to buy the products, Sebastian is still in them and advising them. So last year, the three of us have been validating our product in the high-end fine dining. Over 2,000 people reach. We can also make ready-to-go products. This year, we want to go for very concrete validation in external restaurants, actual restaurants where they can taste, play with it, so we can get the right feedback. And we're collecting our letters of intent as we speak. And for the next 2 years, what we're looking at is building our factory in Vietnam. But I don't speak Vietnamese. Rick does. Luckily, his network is there as well, to a certain extent. So we want to sell in Holland, 2 restaurants, 2 B2B, and start there. And that's also why we're here today, to pitch for the Startup Bootcamp. Because what we want to do is we want to borrow your knowledge and your network, so we can accelerate to the market and really make an impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I think we already have quite some questions. So can you, first of all, just tell us how is your product different from other mushroom-based meat alternatives?
Of course, Sabina, thank you. Well, that starts with the part of the mushroom we're using. We're only using the stem. If you get a shiitake mushroom at home and you prepare it somehow, it becomes rubbery. And we use this as a strength, right? Not a drawback. It's also really how I stand in life, right? Like, how can we take something that people perceive as bad and make it better? So because of these fibers, you can really get the texture of something to chew on, and you don't bite through it like a different mushroom. We also don't have any additives, what these other mushrooms often need to get to that level. And the shiitake mushroom has its natural umami taste, just like you would find in meat. So it really helps checking those boxes that you want in a user experience without imitating.
Clear. And has it been done by anyone else? Who are your main competitors?
That's a very good question, but honestly, what we're doing, we're not seeing anybody do it. I think the closest thing would be jackfruit. But again, in its preparation of jackfruit, I am also a former chef. I would know it becomes wet, it becomes soggy. It just does not have the same number of applications. It's equally natural, but it's a vegetable. And we're somewhere in between a vegetable and meat, I would say.
Very clear. By the way, I'm also getting quite a lot of compliments for you on the storytelling and your energy. So indeed, a lot from our team as well. So can you share a bit more on the sampling results? So what was the overall feedback, and then maybe some changes, some iterations that you went through?
Oh, that's great. Well, first we started just with the first variants, right? Just we shredded it, and we got some well, I would have to say also because we used to be part of the restaurant industry, right? So we were looking at what's there and what do we have to compete with. And in Holland, carpaccio is very popular. So that's a cold starter dish. So that's where we came with the idea of the tartar. Initial feedback showed that one of our preparations where we used barbecue sauce, someone didn't like the barbecue sauce. And I know this is not a complete answer to your question, but I have to be very honest. We did not get a lot of negative feedback. But we're improving where we can. That's also very, very important. So whenever we do get it with our approach to the market or whatever, we humbly accept it where we can.
I mean, yeah, you're preaching to the choir here. I'm vegan, so I would be your #1 customer guaranteed. My question here from the mentors, and then I'll drill you with my very own questions, but sure. Shelf life.
That's a good question, Gio. Thank you. Our first indications are that we have a very long shelf life. Later this year, we have an opportunity to test it more vehemently in a lab environment to exactly measure this. But there's 2 things I can very concretely say. 1, we know it's long, and 2, our product works very well in a freezer because we tenderize it, right? We play with the fiber structure, with the cell structure, and freezing it doesn't affect it negatively. And seeing as it's a frozen product, and when you go to the actual restaurants, right, a lot of the vegetarian and vegan products need to be frozen because they want a long shelf life. That's one of the drawbacks we see right now in the market. We have a ready-to-freeze product. So the shelf life is as the rules are for how long you can freeze something.
No, absolutely. I think it's very important because we see for well, I'm not going to say brand names, but for other vegan alternatives, very often in other countries, they get there frozen and they are sold frozen. In the Baltics as well, they're sold frozen. So I think it's very important that it can maintain the texture.
Yeah.
How do you handle the claims, the very recent claims, that some vegan food is so processed that it would be comparable to the non-vegan alternatives when it comes to health?
Well, I would honestly, I kind of have to agree with that, 'cause that's also where we got part of our inspiration from. There's a lot of processed food right now, it's ultra processed food, and it has a very negative impact on people's diets and people's health. And what we're really seeing is that people becoming more and more aware of, like, hey, I'm putting something into my body, especially, of course, vegetarians and vegans who are more aware of what they're eating, and they know it's not good for them, and sometimes they feel it in their stomachs. And that's something that we really have an answer to.
When you say you have an answer to, then how would your product be different? So you wouldn't be classified as over processed. How would you explain it to somebody that is not in the food industry?
Okay, that's fair. We take the stem of the shiitake mushroom. We take some steps where we play with the water content. We take some steps where we very precisely play with the heat level. And then we take steps of tenderizing it. Honestly, to some extent, like you would at home. Of course, we have our own method, but we don't introduce something strange to it in the process. We don't add a strange gas or a strange chemical to help this along. And that really makes it different from the long list of E numbers you see with the stuff you buy in the supermarkets.
Oh, absolutely. I think that is a dreaded letter nowadays, right? The letter E for all kinds of packaged food. Let's say that.
Yep.
Now, another
Extra
question.
Scary. Extra scary.
E for extra scary.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sure Sabina wants to ask more questions, but as a vegan now, I'm here with you, and I want to know how scalable is your product? Considering as well you need shiitake mushrooms, are they the easiest to grow? How could you gain scale and avoid the issues, for example, of Oatly, right? That once they needed to reach that scale, that was a little bit of a struggle.
Well, what we're seeing is, and that's also one of the reasons we want to put our factory in Vietnam, is that there is an incredible production of shiitake mushrooms there, and the stems and the mushrooms are very available there. So in the first years, there is such an abundance of shiitake there that, yeah, we don't. With the calculations we did, and I need to fact check with Rick on that, but for the actual numbers, we're not seeing any challenges supply-wise. And otherwise, scalability, we have a very straightforward process that when the camera is off, I'd love to outline even more, but we're not seeing any drawbacks in terms of scalability. We need help, of course, to realize this, but on paper, it's all perfectly possible.
Can I ask my team one or two more questions? One very short. Okay. Then the golden question, Sabina.
Of course. So why start a bootcamp accelerator? What do you want to get out of it?
I wanna give some enthusiasm, but we want to learn, because I think it's very important for young companies to accept you don't have all the knowledge. You don't have the absolute truth. You need to change direction sometimes. You have a lot of expertise. Let's be real. And we want to borrow your expertise to be better and to make an impact.
Well, beautiful answer. And then thank you very much for your energy,
very
for
much.
your passion, for your pitch, and good luck on the next step.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'm very happy I am not the only one choosing startups today. I'm very happy it's a group, it's a room full of people that have all the data, because indeed, I mean, so many passionate founders. I definitely connect with that story. Yesterday, we were talking about, everybody connects to a different story here. So it's so important that talking about connection, you connect with them on Matching Stars. The next startup has pitched yesterday on the Deep Tech and Robotics day of the selection days. However, they're here to pitch again because we think that you that are watching exclusively today here for Food and Agri-Tech may also think they can be good for this cohort. Now, we don't do this very often, but we're gonna do this today with Croptimus from Egypt, incorporating in the UAE. Hello, Ahmed, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Fantastic. We're gonna share your screen and you're ready for your 3-minute pitch. Good luck.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Ahmed Hassanin. I am founder of Croptimus. At Croptimus, we're on a mission to revolutionize sustainable agriculture by transforming agricultural waste into customized biochar using a proprietary technology. Agriculture faces significant challenges as 33% of soil worldwide is severely degraded and crop yield is dropping by 15% due to erosion and salinization. And agriculture contributes for 26% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. The situation is unsustainable. We need a solution right now. That is where Croptimus steps in. Our breakthrough biochar solution enhances soil, both in short and long term, increasing crop yield by 26%, conserves water, and sequesters CO2. By integrating beneficial microbiomes and microbes and biofertilizers into our biochar, we reduce reliance on synthetic fertilizers while promoting sustainable farming practices. Our proprietary technology is a game changer. It efficiently converts agricultural waste into biochar while using cyan gas to cut energy expenses by 50%, reducing operational costs. This allows us to deliver consistently high yield biochar and high quality biochar at scale. But we're not just about delivering biochar, we also have beneficial byproducts. We have active carbon, bio oil, wood vinegar would provide more revenue streams. With a global biochar projected to reach billions of dollars in the coming years, Croptimus is uniquely positioned to take a significant market share through our localized service and sustainable approach. What sets Croptimus apart from competition like Biochar Solutions, Oregon Solutions, is the localized service, customized biochar, and comprehensive product range. Our proprietary technology allows for cost-efficient production and ability to set up distributed facilities near feedstock sources, giving us competitive edge. We already have secured the partnerships with Shetlix and Elder. Shetlix as a product partnership to modify a new product, while in Elder we are currently introducing carbon credit monetization into Croptimus. We're seeking a pre-seed investment of $150,000 to develop more functional prototype, expand our team, and solidify our strategic partnerships. With your support, we can fast-track our mission to transform agriculture and build a more sustainable future. Our team consists of me, Ahmed Hassanin, CEO and founder, with 4 years experience in environmental engineering and project and product management. While we have Yusuf Hassanin with 1 year experience in energy engineering and masters in it. Abdurrahman Al-Atrash has 2 years in marketing strategy, while Dr. Bassem has 17 years of experience in sales and agri-tech. Join us at Croptimus, and together we can grow a greener and more sustainable and resilient world. Thank you.
Thank you. Another great pitch by Croptimus. Now we got some new questions for you. We are going to start with them right now. Yes, the timer is on. Can you explain the advantages of your pyrolysis process over traditional composting in terms of environmental impact, efficiency, and the quality of the end product? So repeating, why is pyrolysis producing a better output? How is it more efficient? How does it bring a better product? And why is it better for the environment?
As I've mentioned before, currently in the agriculture sector, there is no long-term solution for all the agricultural problems that we have. That's why we're using pyrolysis to create biochar. Biochar is the base material that we could use, biofertilizers, pesticides, and everything to create more customized solution for each problem. Okay. While also, as I've mentioned, we sequester CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions, which contributes to the sustainability, okay, SDGs. That's it.
Fantastic. Now, next question. What is your competitive advantage since your process and technology could perhaps be copied? So competitive advantage. One thing we always tell startups, if you want to be on the lead, you got to move fast because everything under the sun can be copied. But what makes you able to move so fast?
Okay. At first, when we tested our pilot facility, we designed it ourselves. we had modifications to the system to increase our partial yield and increase the yield to 75%, while also cutting the cost of operation cost using cyan gas and increasing and reducing the operation cost by 50 to 70%. And also the customizable biochar, we use microbiomes and microbial cultures that no one uses in the current field, as to increase our crop yield from 26 to 50% based on field studies that we done.
Amazing. And now, when we're talking about Croptimus, what is your actual production capacity? Where are your key clients located?
Our current key clients are from Tunis, okay, and Egypt, and currently securing one client in the UAE. Our current production, we have a one pilot facility that produces half a ton a day at a total of 15 tons per month.
So, what is your current traction, if you may want to repeat that?
Our current traction is that we have two vending clients in Tunisia, okay, one client here in Egypt, and one vending client in the UAE.
Do they provide you feedback already?
From Tunis, yes, they provided feedback. They want to have a product collaboration with us as we're entering a multi way partnership, as I can say. We're entering as a purification product and as a product contribution.
Fantastic. Sabina, do you have a question you want to ask?
Yes, so some from the mentors, maybe a little bit more challenging. So what are the key obstacles, maybe 2 to 3 that you now have, and how do you plan to overcome them?
Our current challenges, I think, is the customizability of our product. We're currently testing some products and taking us some time as to secure a field study and prove the increasing in numbers and efficiency, while also managing the finances and to not go overboard with all the testing.
Clear.
Very interesting. And why? Sorry, may I?
Go for it.
Why is your team the right team to tackle this challenge?
As I've mentioned, Yusuf Hassanin has a master's degree in energy engineering, where he used his technology and his experience to transform the cyan gas into our pyrolysis reactors as to reduce our operational costs, which we already tested. As for Dr. Bassem, he already had secured some sales, as I've mentioned, in Tunis and Egypt and the UAE. Okay. As for Abdurrahman has already done a lot of marketing strategy and market research, where he is an expert in.
Clear. So I have a question that I really like asking it to the startups, but if you can only share one key metric that demonstrates the startup potential, what metric would that be?
I think scalability.
Maybe you can elaborate on that.
As I've mentioned, we designed our own system as to be more customizable and more scalable. Okay, we have currently 2 facilities, containerized facility for the small stake farmers, and currently we have a large industrial facility on the design phase that will be allowed for the big agri-tech businesses or agricultural enterprises.
Timing team, do we have time for 2 questions? Fantastic. Next question then, why are you seeking funding and how do you aim to use it?
We're currently seeking to increase our production by 10-folds for what we currently have to secure more clients. We have already clients want to go on board with us, but with our current capability, we can't afford to take them in right now. Okay, while expanding our operations to Saudi Arabia, okay, as they have a lot of projects we can apply for. But as I mentioned, with our current capacity, we can't go for this attack.
Clear. And then maybe I will just provide a little bridge to our last question. So what kind of partners and companies that you need to collaborate with would you need to ensure that you can scale?
As I've mentioned, currently we're seeking agricultural enterprises. Okay, like here in Egypt, we're currently seeking with Johaina, okay, as to take one of our facilities. We're looking for biofertilizer companies as to have a product collaboration with them. Okay, and we're looking into companies that would go for circular economy or sustainable agriculture.
Fantastic. Now the golden question, why should Starter Bootcamp choose your startup for the Food and Agri-Tech program?
As currently, Croptimus is as a separate road as to go for a larger scale. As I mentioned, we want to go to the 10 times what we currently have as to secure and be one of the market key players in the MENA region.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your pitch, and we wish you the best of luck on the selection room. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
And now we're moving to the 15th out of the 20 startups for today. Don't forget to stay tuned all the way to the end, because for now, from Kenya to be incorporated in Australia, we have Zhao Shinani joining us in the screen. And I hope I said the name of the startup correctly. You can correct me if you want.
Yes, it's Zhao Shinani. You're correct.
Zhao Shinani, amazing. Now we are ready for your presentation. The screen is being shared, and good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mweni Kyoko, co-founder at Zhao Shinani. And at Zhao Shinani, we are driving digital transformation for agricultural societies and consequently providing financial inclusion for smallholder farmers. The challenges we have seen in the agricultural societies and smallholder farmers fall in three phases. One is the lack of digital systems. So it means that a lot of the societies are still left behind using pen and paper. Then this leads to great operational inefficiencies. The second bit is that the data is non-existent basically because of the paper systems. The files are thrown away, they get burnt after being used, and that is a problem because of decision making. And the third part is financial services. Because the farmer records are in paper and pen, the financial services institutions do not acknowledge them, and the farmers have been left unbanked and severely financially underserved. Our value proposition is called Zao Letu, and Zao Letu means our yield. And this is a SaaS platform provided to the agricultural societies to digitize the agricultural cooperatives. And subsequently, it's a platform where farmers can use to access financial inclusion services like credit and through to insurance. Our differentiation is that, number one, the agricultural societies do not need to hire internal IT staff. Because it's a SaaS platform, they have it easier because they do not need to have a server within their premise, and they do not need a lot of technical capacity. In addition to that, our platform is an end-to-end ERP that helps them do their production, collection, data. It helps them with finance, point of sale, inventory, and all that. And then again, it is an aggregation of all the data, meaning historical data is kept for good decision making, and even this data can be used to tailor financial services to these farmers. In terms of customer attraction and validation, we have spoken to 34 cooperatives while we were building our MVP, and out of those, we demonstrated to 6 of them after completion of MVP, and we have a conversion rate of 33%. In terms of our target market, our initial target market is 82 cooperatives in the 5 regions in Kenya where there's high production of milk. But in Kenya, there are over 1,000 cooperatives, and 364 of those are registered under the Kenya Dairy Board. So our target currently is 25% registered in the Kenya Dairy Board. In terms of financials, we are currently piloting with 3,000 farmers actually right now, and we are completing onboarding of 2,000 more by the end of this month. After that, we will begin charging the cooperatives, and we expect a monthly RR of $10,000 in December this year. In terms of our go-to-market strategy, we're in phase 1, whereby we are onboarding the customer, and then our phase 2 will be lending to the farmers, and then phase 3 will be expansion into other value chains and more financial services. These are our milestones. So we do have our MVP built, we do have our IP and the data protection licenses, and we aim to have 9,000 farmers by October, and our credit product launched in December. Why start at Bootcamp? We understand that it's an international platform. Therefore, we'll be able to network with not only VCs, but also our fellow founders and understand how they're navigating the markets. There's mentorship from experienced people. And of course, liaising with a good fundraising partner will enable us to stand out in the market. In terms of our core team, my co-founder and I have worked together before actually in public accounting, and we also previously worked in a startup together. Her background is in economics, and she's also a certified public accountant, whereas I am a techie to the core with a bachelor's in computer science and a master's in data warehousing and BI. And at Zao Shinani, this is our tag phrase, kilimo ni nguzo kuu katika nchi yetu, ndiposa yafaa tuinuke na wakulima wetu, which means that agriculture is a core sector in our country, and we have to rise up and empower our farmers so that they grow. And that is Zao Shinani.
Thank you so much for a fantastic pitch. First, we love to congratulate female founders in challenging industries such as Agri and food tech, right? Quite a male-dominated industry. Thank you so much for doing your part. Now we got a lot of questions. So as concise as you can be, we encourage so we can get all of them in. Number one, how do you overcome potential resistance of farmers to use digital services or discomfort with technology or lack of technology literacy? So basically, how do you overcome the hurdles of adding technology to a low-tech industry?
Yes. So actually, in our customer acquisition phase, the first 2 meetings we have with the farmers in the agricultural societies are purely capacity building. We have to inform them about why is technology important. Also, you have to note that technology is actually really used a lot in Kenya, whereby we are the country that is spearheading mobile banking, right, with M-Pesa. So if you're able to use M-Pesa, then you're able to use WhatsApp. You should be able to use our platforms outlet too. Yes.
Well, that's fantastic, indeed. Now, tell us about your expansion strategy within and outside of Kenya.
Great. So in terms of other value chain, other countries, Uganda also has farmers grouped together in cooperatives. And I've also visited Zambia, where they have their farmers under processors, but they also are aggregated together. So when it comes to expansion to these areas, there's a need to understand the market very well, because just because it's an African country, it might not work. But also understanding that farmers all over the world have the same problems, right? And when they aggregate together, they have greater union and greater power in negotiation. So if we were to penetrate into the other markets, we have to tap into the existing cooperative structures and also perhaps partner with the processors in this region so that we can grow into those areas.
I have one here. I mean, we have a mentor that apparently knows everything about Kenya's agricultural sector. So here we go for a real one. Given the deeply entrenched paper-based systems in Kenya agriculture sector, what specific barriers do you anticipate in getting farmers and agricultural societies to adopt digital solutions like Sauletu? How do you plan to overcome this resistance in change, especially in areas with limited access to technology? So you gave a little bit of that answer before, but now talking a little bit more about bureaucracy. How do you plan to overcome that part and the digitization, right, of the documentations?
All right. So when it comes to bureaucracy, again, it varies from region to region. So in particular regions in Kenya, we understand that the political power is of influence. So in those areas, we are talking to the county representatives, so the CECs in those areas, so that we have the endorsement of government to when we go to the cooperatives. In other regions, basically the cooperatives are led by the chairman, and the chairman yield a lot of power because they lead the board. So in those areas, we have talked to a lot of their boards so that we are able to gain acceptability, and then that is cascaded downwards as well. So in terms of navigation of the political scene, that is how we work around it.
Fantastic. Sabina, I see you on the edge of your seat. I wanted to ask the questions. Here you go. Sabina, the floor is yours.
Yes, so we do have quite a lot of mentors who seem to be very in the topic, so the questions are detailed, but why have you chosen the agricultural sector in Kenya as your primary market? And what specific factors made this market particularly promising? And I will ask the second part of the question later, so we can focus on the first one.
Great. So in terms of why this is a primary market, as I mentioned previously, I have worked in a startup, and in that startup, I managed to talk to a lot of farmers in the dairy sector and other value chains, including coffee. And I got to understand that the plight is that when they go to the banks, which are our standard financial services, they don't get loans. They do insurance does not even know much about them. This is because they lack an identity, and we saw this as a need to be able to penetrate into that. And then again, in Kenya currently, the government has understood the need to digitize the public sector, and also in many other places within agriculture. And in order for us to do, we are sort of actually at the head of what the government, they have what they call a beta framework, whereby they're aiming to digitize all the cooperatives over time, but we are basically just ahead of them slightly. Yeah.
Super clear. And then for the second part of the question, have you validated this demand among Kenyan farmers, agricultural societies?
Yes. So as I mentioned before, when we were building our MVP, we talked to 34 cooperatives and did a demo when we completed our MVP to 6 of them. We have onboarded one fully and they're actually paying. We currently have 18 in the pipeline and 3 others that are currently in the contracting process. So yes, we have validated and managed to even make a sale.
Fantastic. We have a little bit of time left, so unfortunately we have to move to the last question. Why should Startup Bootcamp choose your startup to the accelerator program?
Great. So number one is we are a determined bunch, and the team is really future focused, and we want to make an impact not just in Kenya but in other African countries, and also having the backing of a multinational bootcamp. Ideally, we will get a chance to learn a lot from what the others are doing and how others have actually penetrated in different markets. You have mentioned that you have a lot of mentors in agriculture, so we want to be able to learn a lot, as much as also we are growing within the business space, and we have a vision of going beyond our borders, right? So that is why Startup Bootcamp should choose us, and we partner together through this journey.
I have one question to the technical team. Do we have time for one more question, or do we have to move on to the next startup? One, they're being generous to me today. I cannot believe this. They must have woken up in a great mood. One final question then after this one, but still, is there anything you want mentors, investors to know about your startup that you haven't shared yet in these 10 to 13 minutes we spent together?
Well, yes, there will be a lot of data that can make a difference for the African market. We will not only aggregate collection data, we will know a lot about our farmers, we will know a lot about market pricing. So we will hold a lot of data as a startup, and we seek to leverage big data and AI in the future to be able to make great insights out of this data, and also be able to help even the government in some areas of agriculture make sound decisions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for a great presentation. We love your energy, and I'm sure the mentors love to. I don't have access to the full rating here right now, but I'm 100% sure that they did. If you haven't voted yet, if you haven't left your feedback yet on Matching Stars, do so now. Thank you so much for your fantastic presentation.
And good luck.
Thank you.
And now, we're almost ready for the next team, but I want to remind you, we have another chance for you to engage with Startup Bootcamp. As we already said, we're going to have the selected startups, all top 30, announced tomorrow. However, we will also have them here in Amsterdam. We hope they all can make it, of course. We try our best to get them all in the house, but when will that take place?
So we will have, although the program will kick off in the first or second week of September, the actual time when startups are coming from all over the world to our office here will be the week of September 23. And we will have the physical edition of our Mentor Meet Startup on September 26. So I believe that by now or within the next week, you will definitely receive an invitation from me, from our relations team. However, in case you are new, in case you want to see what that's all about, go to startupbootcamp.org, go to events page and sign up for the Mentor Meet Startup. We do have physical edition, which I think is the best one, of course, because you can talk to startups face to face, and this will also be the second time that we welcome mentors at our new office. However, we will also have the virtual editions for those of you who are also just as our founders from all over the world and who also want to connect within the weeks outside of that physical week. And I think about the actual Impact Day, which will be the graduation of the startups, we will tell in a few more
I think we can tell today. I think we can tell today. We're going to have a surprise.
Exactly.
We're deciding with the team. Well, actually, I'm asking the team if we can share today or if we have to share tomorrow. But well, best case scenario, you hear about it tomorrow because we know you're going to be there for the announcement. The next startup, Smart Soil, is coming all the way from Paraguay to be included in the United States. So a neighboring country from my home country, let's welcome Smart Soil. Hola, Ale.
Hola, hola. Good morning, everyone. Here is morning. I know that there's afternoon.
Well, good day. The
So
day lasts very long. Let's say good day.
good day then.
Your presentation is
Um,
being put on screen right now, and your 3 minutes
okay,
begin now. Good luck.
okay. Thank you. We are Smart Soil. We're a crop disease prediction and monitoring service. We are tackling the soybean rust. This is a disease that is the problem in 40 million hectares, and farmers spend over 6 billion per year trying to control it. And this is a problem because farmers spend up to 30% of the production budget to control this disease, which can cause up to 90% loss of yield and reduce the effectiveness of fungicides by 12% year by year. So the solution, Smart Soil Reports, provides alerts 7 days in advance of disease onset, allowing farmers to quickly react, optimizing fungicide use precisely on the targeted plot. And how do we do it? We install our hardware and monitor the crops, incorporating the data into our prediction model. The outcome is a report that tells the farmer when to spray. And this is our uniqueness. We are the only commercial prediction service that monitors the presence of the pathogen. And this brings several advantages. First, the optimization of sprays per plot without sacrificing protection. Second, the savings on chemical fungicides. Third, a 3% increase of yield. And fourth, a 20% reduction in disease severity. In traction, we have worked with 26 clients, billing more than $35,000 since 2021, covering more than 10,000 hectares, and generating a direct economic benefit of more than $300,000 in 4 years for our clients between savings from fungicides and an increase of income from yield. In crop disease coverage, we can use the same model to predict diseases in soybean, rice, corn, and wheat, and other crops like banana and coffee, but we need to validate those in field tests. But covering only soybean, rice, wheat, and corn diseases, we are talking of a potential worldwide market of $36 billion per year. We have a multidisciplinary team born and raised on farms with a lot of studies and a lot of relevant professional experience. So why us? Because we have recognized plant disease experts with a sharp vision to sustainable production, developing cutting-edge technologies, and we are trusted by the Inter-American Development Bank and Sancor Seguros. And why SBC? Because of the program, the offered guidance to incorporate outside Paraguay, and of course, the mentors and global network. In summary, we offer a disease prediction and monitoring service, building high scalability technology, offering a solution that increase income and reduce costs for farmers looking for a pre-seed round to consolidate technology and the market deployment. And this is how, in Smart Soil, we take care of your crops so you can feed the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We know, well, I mean, soya is so important, right? Not just for human consumption, which is, I believe, less than 20%, right, now of the global consumption of soy, but also for for feeding animals, also for production of biofuel. I mean, soy is everywhere. But the first question we get here then is, why are you particularly focusing on soybeans?
Because, as I mentioned in the slides, we were study soybean diseases since 2016. So we have a lot of research papers that we have a lot of information on that field, on that specific field. And here in Paraguay, Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Argentina is a huge market. So we feel that we needed to start somewhere, and soybean is the right place.
Yeah, I mean, as well with climate change, you do see that diseases that wouldn't before affect soy are now affecting it, and I think that makes complete sense, at least for me, coming from a large producer of soy as well. Now, Sabina, do you have questions?
Yes, well, I do have questions, but also our mentors and investors have quite some. So the first shorter one, why you give a 7-day lead time? Can this be adjusted to another interval?
Yes, it can be adjusted, but because we are tackling commercially right now, soybean rust, this is a disease that every 7 days generates a new generation. So we can say, like, in 7 days you will have a lot of spores in your field, so you need to spray right now. So we can give like a windows time for the farmers to do the sprays correctly.
Okay, now I think it is very clear. So you did talk a bit why you are unique, but can you tell us a bit more what are other competitors doing and how you are specifically different from them?
Yeah, as I mentioned in the uniqueness slide, like we are the only one that are monitoring the pathogen itself. We know that there's another commercial competitor, direct competitor, and do they algorithm of prediction is one that only incorporates meteorological data. So we triangulate the meteorological data with the phenological age of the crops, plus the pathogen itself, and that's how we develop this model of prediction.
A quick note that we are now watching Smart Soil. We had a quick switch, right? So because we have some mentors asking, now it's Smart Soil from Paraguay, and next up will be Shamba Pro from Rwanda to be incorporated in the Netherlands. The next question will be, tell us more about your clients so far and what they have most liked about your product and any improvements they see and request for you to add.
Basically, our clients usually, like, we have several clients that came to us every year. We don't need to go and ask them to or try to sell our product. They come like for inertia, basically, because they know how much we are saving them in sprays. They know how much income they get extra for the extra yield. And the one thing that we haven't done yet, but is in our plans in the future, is to incorporate a lot of sensors, because the the farmer wants to know how and what is happening all the time in their crop fields. And usually, like, they have the house like 100 hectares far away, or sorry, 10 kilometers far away from where they are doing the harvest, and they really want to know what is happening at the time in those fields. And we are in right now we get some funds from the Inter-American Development Bank, and we are putting everything into technology development. So we believe that by this time next year we will be there where the farmers want us to be, and giving them all the information that they require from us.
Well, very clear, and I think a great goal as well. So I do have another question from one of our mentors. It is also consisting of two parts. And the first part I think we covered, what is unique about your technology. Can we confirm, is it patentable?
Yes, it is patentable. We haven't done it yet because we want to reach a state of technology that complies with everything to do the process of patents. But yeah, it's patentable.
Clear. And then the second part of the question, can drones be used instead of installed hardware?
I couldn't get
Oh,
that.
the second question is, can we use drones instead of installed hardware?
Yeah, but it's most costly. It's the cost of production, it gets up. So it doesn't, we say vale la pena. It doesn't yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, I guess. But it's the cost goes up, so it won't be cost effective.
Clear, clear. So I think I can sneak in another question before we can ask our signature one, which is, what are some of the burning challenges that you are facing today?
Right now, because our core team is more research oriented, because we all come from the academia, from the universities, and we have been struggling with the selling part. None of us knows how to sell properly. We know a lot about research, a lot about developing technology, but that's uh, that's the main problem that we have at the moment. And it's not because people don't want our product; it's because we don't know how to reach them. Because we, if
It's a different set of
it
skills,
was
right?
a yeah, it was soft skills properly because we are all engineers. So basically, it's a little bit more difficult to approach people.
Then I think this also sounds like a perfect bridge on, in one sentence, why Startup Bootcamp and why do we need to choose you?
Mentors and global network. That's why we choose Startup Bootcamp, and you need to trust us because we have, I don't know, maybe the biggest opportunity to help reduce the use of chemicals in production, in crop production. So, and another thing, and I'm citing some Japanese researchers. They say if we don't start using this kind of technology right now, the production itself will go down by 75% by 2030. So I think we are right on time.
Well, I also think this is what you should answer right away. So you do know, so be very confident. That is really a beautiful mission that you are pursuing.
Indeed. And you know what you're doing, right? That's the best thing
Exactly.
about being engineers founders. You know exactly what you're doing. It's just a matter of having some sound bites, which I'm sure you can do it as well. And you have 3 months, hopefully, here in the accelerator program to further develop your sales skills and further grow Smart Soil. Thank you for your pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, now we are going to run to a company that's about to be incorporated in the Netherlands. Let's meet the founders of Shambapro. And for those of you who are watching us now, please keep it in mind for the order in the matching stars. We are now talking to the founders of Shambapro.
Hello, Kelvin. How are you? We don't hear you yet. Do you hear us? We do not seem to be able to hear you. I think the first solution that you can find is the settings button right under your interface. So you should have a microphone, a little camera, a little TV screen, plus, and a little cog like a settings button. And in there you'll be able to choose your audio source and choose your microphone from there. Let's try it again. We are not hearing you. What we're gonna do is we're gonna send you a little bit to the waiting room with one of our Startup Bootcamp team members. Is that the best solution for now? Or Yulia perhaps can give you a call and give you some more instructions. And then we're gonna be right back with Shamba Pro. But I wanted already to tell you, when should you reserve your schedules? Now, we're going to have, again, repeating our fantastic event in person, 26th of September. You are invited to, well, first leave your email here so we can make sure to invite you, but we're going to be sending invites for a fantastic in-person event where we'll be able to meet most of the startups that will be selected for the next program. The program will start actually very, very soon. When is it?
Well, the actual official kickoff will be already second week of September.
That is fantastic.
Startups will come here on the last week of September.
And if you want to stay a mentor, and if you're already a mentor, we thank you very much. And if you want to join as a mentor, you can email Sabina at startupbootcamp.org. Very important, .org, not .com, startupbootcamp.org. And you will be invited as well for the mentor masterclasses, which will be taking place next week and the week after. We cannot wait to tell you more about the benefits and how to be an amazing mentor here at Startup Bootcamp. If you are already a mentor and you still want to join the mentor masterclass, which is normally reserved for new mentors, but we welcome everybody, of course, please make sure to leave it in the comment section next to this video to the question box. Now, we're changing the order, I'm assuming? Yes, so we're changing the order and we're now going to talk to a company from Colombia that is AFO Aquaponia. So a reminder for those on Matching Stars, that is AFO Aquaponia from Colombia to be incorporated in the USA.
Hi there.
Hi, SBC team. How is
Hello, Wittiman, right?
Right, Wittiman.
Correct. Welcome to the stage. We are going to share your slides on screen. Indeed. Good luck.
Okay, let's start. It's a pleasure. I'm Wittiman. I'm the founder of AFO Aquaponia, and in AFO we develop agricultural systems that redefine agriculture. And the reason is that because we have a big issue like humanity. The arable land in the world is degraded. By 2050, the United Nations projects 9.7 billion people, and traditional agriculture is using a lot of water for producing food. So that's a big issue. We will have more mouths for feeding, but less space for producing food. And our solution, we develop AFO. AFO, it's a company where we develop urban farms using or mixing ancestral knowledge like aquaponics with technology. And aquaponics is a production method where we integrate fishes, bacteria, and plants in a way where fishes generates wastewater, bacteria converts that wastewater in nutrients, and that nutrients are used for fertilizing crops. And the plants filter the water that the fish use against, generating a production cycle where we don't waste the water. And we are unique because we integrate tech, we generate sustainability reports for our clients, we develop our own technology, and we have tech partners too. We use green energy in all our projects, and we generate education process for communities for teaching how to crop, how to harvest their own crops in their own homes. And we save 1 cubic meter of water per kilogram of food produced and 0.4 tons of CO2 related with the transfer of food, because we focus in producing food inside of cities. In Latam, we have a big market related with organic production. That's our focus, and we focus on reach at least 200 millions of that markets. We have 7 big clients, 600 weekly consumers of our products, and we in 2022 we were We won the H0 prize, that is a recognition from United Nations for being one of the 10 best projects that solves the hunger challenge in Latin America. Or business models, we sell productive systems or urban farms to governments, to companies, and we produce organic food inside our own farms for restaurants and for catering companies. In our team, we are four C-level people. I'm an environmental engineer with a lot of experience related with production and sustainability. We have Mayra, that she has a lot of experience with governments. Nicolas, it's an entrepreneur, and Said, it's an ex-Nubank, and he comes for banking. And we believe that we are a good team because we understand the production issues and the business or market issues, and we are working a lot for accomplish our objectives, that is having at least 10 urban farms in 10 different cities in Latam, raising $2 million for that purpose, increase our production area from 600 square meters actually until 10,000 square meters, and becoming a big corporation for keep working in the SDGs like 2, zero hunger, and 9, 11, 12, and 13. And we want being in a startup bootcamp because we want to learn how to raise, how to scale our project, and we want to learn how to scale our impact and improving our relations with people, with other companies. And here is a moment for CU. Thanks for supporting us for in this mission that we have for bringing fresh and organic food to households in Latam. That's AFO, and it's a pleasure being here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for a great and passionate presentation. Now we're gonna start with the questions with no delays because we already have, two more. Okay, here we go. Tell us more about the data that will be collected and reported in your sustainability reports, and how does that help your users? So what data are collected and how does that help your users?
We have something like impact calculators, and we collect data about production of food, and with that data we create report impacts or impact reports from the weather that each client is saving. For example, if we produce in an urban farm instead of in a traditional farm, the water production is less when we use urban farming. In a relation between 1/20, we can produce 1 kilogram of food with 20 times less water. So we measure and collect that information. We measure the information related with the transfer of food, because our farm is in a city called Villavicencio in Colombia, but like the central agriculture nodes are at least at 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers from the city. So if we measure what is the quantity of greenhouse gases that a truck used for transporting 1 ton of food, for example, per 200 kilometers, instead of producing that food outside of my restaurant or outside of my company. And that's the way in that we collect and measure impact.
Fantastic. Now, you mentioned during your pitch integrating tech with ancestral knowledge. Can you elaborate on the specific technologies that you are using?
Right. We develop automatization systems because aquaponics, it's a concept ancestral. At least aquaponics was used per Aztecas indigenous in Mexico 1,000 years before. But we connect that with automatization for reducing human mistakes inside of farms, and we use or integrate energy systems, renewable energy systems in the farms for being totally disconnect from the normal electric network, and and we do that for trying to avoid less related with energy unconnections that in Colombia it's so normal.
Very clear. So, if you don't mind, I'll jump in with
Please
a
do.
few other questions. So, what kind of strategic partnerships have you already formed to support your business model? And maybe you can even say what are in your plans.
Wow, in this moment, our biggest partners are United Nations, the World Food Program. It's a partner, and they have give us support. We have work and contract with them, and that's amazing because United Nations are like the biggest organization related with these topics in world. And we work too with an accelerator here in Colombia that's called Impact Hub. And in this moment, we are working too with the biggest bank in Colombia that is called Bank Colombia, and with an it's like communities bank called Coimpacto B that focuses in banking, but for communities in so far places. So that is something some of our best partners in this moment for our operation and
Very
our
impressive.
missions here in Colombia.
Very impressive. So I think we spoke quite a bit about your roadmap for the upcoming months, but what is your long-term ultimate vision for Afro Aquaponia? So do you have an exit strategy in mind, or are you focused on building a self-sustaining business model? So overall, how do you see the company evolving in 5 to 10 years?
Our focus is democratizing, could be the term, access to food, organic and fresh food in Latam. And for now, it's a challenge because it's expensive to producing food inside of a city. And our focus now is selling to companies, restaurant that has like acquisition capacity for buying our products. But in the future, we want to produce in a cheaper way for selling good food to more people. So that's our big mission, and that is like the complete focus of the company between the next decade.
Fantastic. Thank you for another great answer. Now we're talking about Latin America, and of course, it's not a monolith, right? It's actually quite a vague word because we're very different countries in Latin America. But if you're starting to focus your expansion efforts in Latin America, what are your first? What are the countries? What are the cities you want to expand into? And if you're going outside of Latin America, where do you want to go next?
Wow, that's a good question. Our focus are cities far from agricultural nodes. For example, cities near to ocean, because in that cities the agriculture production is harder and the price of food are higher too. So if we can produce food inside a city near to the ocean, we can to reach more market gap there. That's our focus. We are interested in Colombia in the three biggest cities near to the ocean. That is like logistic ports and more, and financial centers. And in Latam, we focus too in Mexico. Mexico, it's a market that is interesting for us. And out of Latam, we are interested in US, but because US is the more developed market related with urban farming, and we want to be there for learning and in a way that found good relations or alliance, not for on all count, but better integrating actors in that market. That's all like three stage after mission. But for now, Latam, it's a big market, and our focus is like winning a piece of the cake in Latam, and after looking in other countries.
I mean, you're a natural at answering questions about your startup. For how long have you been working on your startup?
Whoa. Like company, we were working for years, but like project, we have 9 years working in this, because when we start working in aquaponics in Colombia, there nothing information about it. So we spent at least 3 years like investigating and developing the model, and after creating like a consulting company, and finally we create a organized company for selling not only consulting and not only me, but creating better a team and can to selling to big companies, governments, and that. So in all the process, 9 years, like company 4 years.
If I may just insert another question, I hope I can. I think I can. So very beautiful planning, very beautiful mission, but what could be the potential obstacles and challenges on your way, and how do you plan to overcome them?
Wow, in this moment, financial it's a big problem because developing urban farm is expensive, more expensive than developing traditional agriculture processes. And other is like there is on a big gap related with tech. So we have to develop a lot of things that it doesn't exist in the world. And we in that road we have found good partners, and we started like developing things in both ways because partners are tech developers and we need that tech, so we were working something like this. But yeah, it's a issue, it's a problem, and financially related that the return over investment in the urban farms, it's I could say a little longer than a normal startup because we have a lot of hardware involved, and that is a thing that for an investor could be some, well, it depends from the investor, but normally the investor wants fast return, and urban farming is more like middle term return.
Well, I agree, of course, although I think that impact investors can also see a little bit beyond, so for long term as well. Now, I think this all is very clear. Thank you very much for a very clear pitch. Now, last question, which is our signature one. Why Startup Bootcamp? Why our program? And why do we need to pick you?
Oof, that's another very good questions. We believe that a startup bootcamp it's a good fit for us for understanding how to scale to other countries and how to convert our company in a explosive company, because we are working like in Colombia, you could say with the hands and step by step. But in the scaling process, we have a lot of gaps of knowledge, and we believe that Startup Bootcamp will be that partner that will help us to understand the growing to other countries, to other cities, what is the best option for scaling an urban farm to other city, because in this moment we don't have clear ideas if it's better to raising capital or creating Kickstarter strategy or selling part of the farm to other partners. That's things that we doesn't know how to solve, and we believe that Startup Bootcamp will be the partner that will help us for that.
Yeah, well, again, thank you very much. Very clear answer. Your motivation
Thank
is
you.
also very clear to us, and we wish you best of luck in your next step.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
And now,
we're moving to the next one. I do want to remind everyone, please keep your attention on the names of the startups that are entering the room. We will also add some reminders, but perhaps the order can be a little bit different. But again, I think every startup is very different from one another, so I don't think you will have problems rating them on matching stars. So I believe that now we are going to welcome SoilFix, the company from Mexico, to be incorporated in the USA. Hello, hello.
Hello, Sabina, Giovanni. How are you today?
Doing great,
Great. Very excited to see you, excited to hear your pitch. And for the audience, SoilFix. So you will find them under number 20 on the matching stars.
That's great.
Juan, we're going to share your screen. I think you need to share your screen. Yes.
Perfect.
We see your screen. You may begin. Good luck.
Thank you. Well, the fundamental problem we see is that degraded soils are limiting productivity, are costing $20 billion annually for growers, and are threatening our food security. Also, they impose extra challenges on crop protection, and they put an excessive amount of pressure on water sources, as growers have to use more water than they should. That's why we've come up with SoilFix. We use advanced analytics artificial intelligence analytics to process soil data from laboratories and generate recommendations tailored to each farm and each plot. And our platform integrates with biological agriculture inputs, so we can enhance soil, optimize resource allocation, and achieve sustainable crop yields. Where do we stand out? First, our proprietary algorithms have been developed over the last 20 years, and now we have refined and fine-tuned with artificial intelligence. We also have next-generation inputs based on cutting-edge molecular design and microbiology, both designed to boost crop resilience and boost productivity. We also have a vast knowledge, and we're willing to transfer that know-how to our customers through specialized and advanced training programs. Our team, myself, Leticia, and Carlos. I'm the CEO, Leticia is the CTO. Carlos is our Chief Scientific Officer, and we have a team of advisors, high-level executives, everyone at their level, Maria Fernanda, Alejandro, Patricio, and Alan, communications, global marketing, legal, and financial. Our business model is based on subscriptions, consulting as a service, knowledge as a service, and marketplace. The prices on each one vary depending on what product of each section you choose. Where are we? We are MVP ready. We have validated inputs and recommendations among farmers and agronomists and universities. We have strategic partnerships in place with development banking like FIRA, Chapingo with this university, and NUP, it's an NGO. And we have designed a growth path that we're going to leverage based on tractor companies, collaborations, and direct sales. We're looking for a 1.3 million investment for technology development, market penetration, building local partnerships, and team expansion. Why SBC? Well, we are eager to join you guys because we feel we can leverage your powerful global network and expertise in scaling high-impact startups. With your support, we know we can amplify our reach, refine our business model, and accelerate our mission to transform sustainable agriculture. And we consider SBC's platform as the perfect launchpad for SoilFix to achieve our full potential together, so we can together save the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear pitch, perfect timing, and of course a beautiful mission to save the world. I already have a lot of questions, so let me try to summarize them and ask the first one. Share a bit more about AI technology behind your product. How does it work, and what are the key metrics that you collect?
Okay, our model is based on data collection, feedback, and performance data collection. So those three feed our model, and the model is constantly trained and refined, so we can generate the recommendations, and we can process, diagnose, and recommend what growers need in their specific plots or farms.
Clear. And then how do you handle the variability of soil types and conditions all across different regions?
It comes included and embedded on the soil analysis. So the algorithm is standard, but we have several ideal values that we run through, and we compare what we obtain from the lab analysis, and then the algorithm processes that information, including the type of soil, including the type of conditions, and then we generate the recommendations.
Okay, that is clear. Now, can you share some kind of pilot study, case study among the ones that you have conducted, so we can see kind of the journey?
Sure. Basically, our methodology is feed the model with the information from laboratory, and then process and recommend. one of the most significant results we've obtained was in sugarcane. We analyzed, processed, and recommended, and we obtained a 5% increase, 10% increase in the final sugar, and it's called carbe in Spanish. It's like the metric that you base the kilogram that you obtain from sugarcane, and we increased the production of the plant by 10% of the sugarcane processing plant by 10% with an investment of $20, and they generated a $500 increase income.
Okay, I think that was a very good case study to share. Very impressive. So another question, how does SoilFix integrate with other farm management systems that farmers may already use?
Well, if we can collect data from them, we can merge. We can, for example, try to use the real-time monitors that are in soil. We can use other imagery, satellite imagery. We can use other monitoring tools that are out there. There are several people that are doing monitoring and soil analysis and data collection. We can integrate very, very easily because we can pick that data, process it, and generate the recommendation.
Fantastic. Now the next question here, what strategies do you have to encourage farmer adoption on SoilFix's technology?
The strategy to encourage them is pilots, demonstration, and proved results. That's what we do. We implement the pilot, we show them the results, and then we convince them with hardcore data.
Well, there is what I say, right? We trust in everything else, but all others bring data. That is the truth. Now, what are the core technological innovations behind SoilFix? So, if you're talking about SoilFix and the technology, where are you guys really changing the game?
Our algorithms are one of the pillars. Our algorithms are exclusive, are ours, and we have developed them for the last 20 years. Those algorithms run data differently than everybody else. So we included that into the AI model, and then we're going to do the processing and the diagnostics. We're gonna shorten time. We're going to make very exact recommendations, and be able to differentiate from the rest in that aspect. So it's the algorithms tuned in and fine-tuned with the artificial intelligence.
That's amazing.
Do you have other questions, or may I jump in?
You can jump in.
So I don't think we covered really well enough the motivation of you and your team behind this project, and maybe cover a little bit more about your team.
Sure. Myself, I am a business administrator and marketing specialist. Leticia is our technology expert, and Carlos is our scientific expert. He's an agronomist. Leticia has various status in technology and AI, as well as finance. She's an expert in finance. And her motivation is basically to save the world. We want to change the food supply chain as it is right now, because we're putting a lot of pressure on natural resources that we shouldn't, and there's no need to do that. We need to restore soils, take care of water, and also amend air, amend all the natural cycles that are product of the interaction between water, air, and soil.
Last question will be the golden question, of course. Startup Bootcamp, your startup, why is it a match?
Well, we want to save the world. You want to save the world. We have the technology, we have the product, we have the market fit. You have the network. You have all the power to escalate and to amplify our impact. So we feel we are basically a perfect match.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your pitch. That was a great answer, by the way.
Thank you.
You guys, I hope you rehearsed for that one, because if it's natural, then you guys are too powerful. Now, I thank you again for your presentation. Great answers, and we wish you good luck for the next round.
Good luck.
Thank you, Sabina. Thank you, Mani. Have a great day.
You too.
Well, I believe that now we are still staying in Mexico to meet the startup nanofarm Agritech to be incorporated in the United States. And let's welcome them on stage.
Hello, Alberto.
Hello, how are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
All good, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, we're going to try to share your slides. I heard maybe it's not going to be the case. You're going to pitch without...
it's not going to be the case. I'm having some troubles, but I can make the pitch without the slides. No worry about that.
Absolutely, you can. That's a real founder right there. You can pitch without slides. We always joke that a true startup can be awoken in the middle of the night, and they will say, what do you do as a startup? And they should be able to give a delivery, a perfect pitch. So we wish you the best of luck. Go and, well, have a good pitch.
Perfect. Thank you very much, guys. But well, the problem in nanofarm we are attacking is usually the drinking water that is used for food production, and also the food security that we have in Mexico and worldwide. You know, in Mexico we have 60 number of crops left using the healthy available soil in the country. So we don't have any much time to do anything about that. And with nanofarm we are attacking that problem. You know, and nanofarm is a tech company that attacks and focus on intensive agriculture and also with new technologies. And the slogan is grow where you consume. We have the tech and design that we develop in-house to create automated and intelligent cultivation systems that we name nanosystems. So we have this savings on natural resources like water, plastics, and also we eliminate the food transportation. Why nanofarm? What makes us different? You know, we have the IoT platform that helps us control the whole environment on our cultivation systems. So AI can improve our crops. Also, we don't have no dependence on food seasons anywhere. We can grow anything anywhere. And also, as we have controlled this environment, we have free plagues and no pesticides on our food. Also, we have two business models. We have the nanosystems I'm talking about. We have the selling of the hardware, but we also have monthly subscriptions where you can use it for the final user can access some tech, our platform, but also the maintenance and cleaning of the equipment. We can sell or lease these nanosystems, but also we have our vertical farm that is named Dark Farm that also helps us supply with food, our nanosystems, and we also sell this food on our own brand. Well, this tech solution I'm talking about is a whole technological suite. We have the AI platform that allows us to monitor all our systems. Also, we have AI and computer vision that helps us create traceability with our products. We have these systems on plug and play, so we can move it easily. And also, we have the traceability that the customer can track the whole chain of their food until they have it in their plates. The addressable market, we are going for the Mexican market, but also Latin. We are seeing that the agriculture in Latin is the one with the most willingness of adopting technology in the next 2 years. And also we have some competitors in Mexico and Latin, but we know that we have the best tech. We have a very good crop efficiency. We have equipment that is easy to use, and our design is superior. What validated our traction is that we have already more than 20 partnerships with restaurants here in Mexico City. Also, we have over 96 orders monthly about our products or finished products like pesto sauce, microgreens, etc. And also, we launch a type of nano system that is a nano 30, because we can grow 30 food in this system already sold in pre-sale. And also we have a customer that let us have more than 80 computer vision and AI equipment for a Mexican company here in Mexico. What are we doing? What are we looking for? We are looking for 200,000 USD in convertible notes or safes. This will help us to team expansion, also retain talent, to build a second nano farm or dark farm to fulfill the demand we already have, and also to create new nano systems. Also, this will be used in R&D for tech and also to increase our crop variety. Which one? I'm part of the nano team. I'm Alberto Zapico. I have professional experience in risk management, insurance, wellness programs. Our CEO, Alexis, is a tech expert. She is an engineer and mathematician, and also my brother and founder, Diego Zapico, which has the expert on quality and food production. So that's the thing we're looking for at Nanofarm. Thank you very much.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Even without the slides, you did it because we also got a lot of engagement, a lot of questions for you already. So we're going to begin. First, you mentioned that you have the best tech relating to your competitors. Can you elaborate on what makes your tech the best?
Sure. As the AI, we fit it with our systems that allows us to have a lot of data to put it on our nanosystems. And that helps us to grow all crops a lot efficient, quickly, and with the best quality in food. So that's the big difference for us.
Fantastic. Now, second question. Tell us more about the positive social impact of your solution.
Yeah, with our systems and with our tech, we discovered that we could save some of these endemic species, for example, some chilies in Mexico, as we say chiles, these peppers, you know. There are a lot of that are in extinction or in danger of extinction. So with our technology, we help these species to survive. We have the conditions to keep them growing for a long, long time.
Local biodiversity, very, very important. Can you provide a use case of a nanosystem that you developed that was successful?
Yeah, we have the Nano 120 that, as its name says, is for 120 spaces to grow. We have it at a restaurant in Mexico City, and it was our early adapter, but we have really good results about it.
Fantastic. Sabina, do you want to start already asking your questions?
Yes, absolutely. So it's more on the metrics. So for example, you now mentioned good success. What are the key success metrics that you have?
Yeah, the one we use also for sale purposes is that with our nanosystems, at a long term, maybe 1 year, 6 months, 1 year, 7 months, you have the efficiency and the cost savings. And it's better to use or have a nanosystem than buying actually your food in a supermarket. So that's the key for us to enter some restaurants and some hotels also.
Well, I think that's a very good proposal to come into a potential partner or client with.
Yeah.
Can you clarify the different revenue streams that you have?
The revenues what, sorry?
Streams that you have.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
The thing is that we sell or lease the systems, and we have this monthly revenue that is the one that will let us have this revenue with 3 different subscriptions. That depends on the one you want and the one you need. But also we sell our technology. Also, this is the one that it was in our minds. We didn't have it as a plan, but we are having good sales on technology as well, independent of agricultural solutions, etc. We are having these good sales.
Well, I think very clear. And why would you say now is the time for your startup and why you are the right team to make sure that it happens?
Sure, and that's something I like to say. I think we are 3 co-founders that came from very different scenarios, contexts, and we are only here and together because we're passionate of saving the Mexican soils. And also we have these internal values that really align with the program, and we have nothing but to save Mexican soil and later Latam soils to grow food.
Fantastic. How does your technology impact the economic viability for small and large scale farmers differently? So how do you help small farms and large farms? Sorry.
Yeah, actually, we focus on small, but the thing is that it's easy access technology. The agriculture is really didn't need this technological knowledge. It's very intuitive, and I think that's the thing that will make us scale on a bigger stage.
Fantastic. Team, do we have time for two more questions? Two more questions it is. What are the main barriers to adoption for your target market segments? How do you address the potential concerns about cost, complexity, or technology reliability?
Yeah, about that, I know we have this hardware stage or business, but the one that will let us grow better is the tech and also the food selling. As I mentioned, this dark farm also supplies the systems, but also allows us to sell the food for separated. And this is the one that really is making us float and have good revenue. And I think that's the thing that is giving us oxygen in this moment.
Fantastic. Now, I keep saying fantastic to you, but it's just like your answers are very complete, and they're exactly what we want to hear as well from a startup like yourselves. Now, I think it is time for the golden question. What would you use your 3 months at the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator for, and why should Startup Bootcamp choose you? It's 2-in-1.
Yeah, I think that there's a big opportunity in Mexican territory. I don't see any good competition in terms of technology, design, or efficiency in the food production. So we'll use these 3 months to structure a really good business model so we can attack the Mexican market and later on the Latin market. So I think that it's the push we need in this moment to make the next step and have this good impact, obtaining good clients in Mexico. So we are really willing to learn everything from the experts, and we have nothing more to say.
Great. I want to thank you for an amazing presentation, for your knowledgeable answers, and for doing the most to improve the soils over there in Mexico.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
And now, I believe we have our last pitch of the day, but the day doesn't end yet, so let's watch the startup and stay tuned for the end as well of today's show. We're going to try again with a startup that tried to pitch in the morning. We're not going to give up until we try one last time to Shamba Pro. Oh yes, it was the afternoon. Well, Shamba Pro from Rwanda to be incorporated in the Netherlands. Hello, Kelvin.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Amazing.
Okay.
We're halfway there. Now let's see your slides.
Okay, can you see my slides?
We can see your slides 100%. Do you want to start a presentation mode or you want to do it like this?
Exactly. My name is Kelvin and I'm the founder of Shamba Pro, an agtech startup based in Rwanda. Last but not the least pitch. So over 500 million farm businesses in the world lack sufficient capital for growth and expansion, mainly because they do not have accurate financial records, or they do not have physical properties like land and buildings that banks demand as collateral. And this problem is huge. There's a $450 billion financing gap in the smallholder territory across the world. So our solution is a platform that helps these small farm businesses to reduce risk to the risk so that they are able to borrow, and also to create linkages to buyers, suppliers, and suitable financials. So this is how it looks like. One, we just want to know where the farm is located, because then we can deliver certain services based on your location, and we know where you are because you are now transparent. Secondly, we now help you to able to manage your farms by maintaining accurate production and financial records and getting a production and financial records that can help you to make data-driven decisions. And then finally, now that we have data and we know what you're doing, we're able now to link to the business partners that you need in order to succeed as a farm business. Yeah, and if that works very well, we'll be able to take the transactions off the platform inside the platform such that we can actually take commission of these transactions, and we can understand what resources are where at any time. And this is what we're trying to build. It's basically an ecosystem where we combine farm level data, remote sensing data, digital agri services, and agribusiness linkages. Can you see my slides? Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can. So please continue. Yeah, we could see them perfectly.
Okay, so there's a 35 billion global opportunity, and we are targeting to reach a $20 million market share by 2029. And this is only on the farm management side and not on commissions or transactions or payments from buyers and other agribusiness partners. We have a lot of local and global competitors. We think that our main advantage is that we are targeting small to medium mixed farms that combine livestock and crop enterprises, or they combine one or more livestock or crop enterprises. And we are built for scale. We can be used in any country across the world, but our current focus is sub-Saharan Africa and moving to Europe. We operate a freemium business model. That basically users can access it for free. They can upgrade to pay $60 per annum. We also have an enterprise version, which we think will be more attractive to the European market. And finally, the agribusiness partners can also pay to get access to the users, the producers that are on our platform. We have, as of today, 339 users. We've engaged with over 1,000 users in over 15 countries across the world, from the prototype level to the MVP where we are, and we project to raise $9,000 in revenue by the end of the year. We want to measure our impact by checking how much farm income we increase, amount of food produced from the farms that work with us, the on-farm jobs that are created, and how many number of farms are adopting climate-smart agriculture practices. We've already won a few awards. We won the Global Impact Challenge Award recently in Bologna, Italy. And we've also won a Rwanda Food System Leadership Award out of our work that we've done in Shamba Pro. So we have a team that combines about 45 years of experience across agribusiness and software engineering. And we believe that this team is able to move us from this point to a point where we can raise more funding to get more labor resources to help us move. We're looking to raise $250,000 US dollars in the next 2 quarters to help us invest more in tech, into sales and marketing, and in the team. Why SBC? You have industry experience. You'll help us in investment readiness. You'll help us with tech mentorship and how to deploy AI, and you'll also give us a entry into the European market. But most importantly, we also bring into the pipeline a soft landing spot for other SBC startups and experience of African ecosystem for other members of the ecosystem into the program. So I guess I'll stop there for now. Probably I'll give it back to you. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Very comprehensive pitch. So very happy that we could see it. And just a reminder to our audience, we are talking to the founders of Shamba Pro, if you're looking on Matching Stars. Now, we already have quite some questions, so
Absolutely.
I will start with the first one. Can you share success stories or case studies from early adopters of your product?
Well, a success story sometimes comes out of failure. I remember one time we attended a Twitter space for farmers in South Africa, and they're like, what you're doing for us is wonderful. We need livestock, a specific livestock enterprise, especially sheep, and that simple advice opened our access to the Southern African market, that is Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Southern Africa. So it was a failure that was identified in our prototype that actually exposed that actually most farmers in Africa are actually doing mixed farms, not a monoculture kind of production. Yeah.
Well, these are some of the best success stories, I would say. They come from the learnings.
Yeah, and as well, when you're asked, when people come to you, hey, we have a problem, can you help us solve it? That is the pull you want to get from the market.
Absolutely. So another question that is a bit repeated, so I will summarize all the questions in one. Tell us a bit more about the use of AI in your solution.
I'll be a little bit different from the rest of the teams that I've pitched. I've worked in the agribusiness sector or with farmers as an agronomist, as an advisor for about 20 years now. One of the challenges of agri-tech in Africa is we are throwing too much technology to the users. So if they are to adopt, they're actually spending more time trying to use the technology than doing what they're supposed to do. So we have a radically different approach. There are about 4 or
I think we're facing a power outage for this startup. Oh, that's such a pity because we just got an amazing feedback, great presentation and storytelling. What a wonderful end to the pitch event. We're gonna give this startup another minute to try and come back, but I assume that if it's a power outage, that may take a little bit longer. We did have many more questions for this startup, but I do believe they got quite some traction here on the presentation today. Now we're trying to see if we can get them back.
Rejoin.
Yes, we have Kelvin.
Amazing. Because you
I
left
think it's
us at the
another
most
spirit.
interesting spot.
So what we are doing, we are prioritizing to be able to offer a sort of an offering to the users that allows them first to be able to use our tool. When they're able to use our tool, then we are able to co-build together. We have problems and we have solutions, different solutions, and we test together and build incrementally instead of trying to perfect one solution and then push it down the throats of the farmers. And then after 5 years, we say, oh, we didn't teach them enough. So we have about 3 use cases for AI, credit scoring, identification of pests and diseases. But the main priority now is just our users to be able to use and adapt our tool with a basic offering and then co-build upwards or vertically to other products which solve most of their problems. Thank you.
I would love to ask the next question. What specific outcomes or improvements are you tracking to demonstrate the effectiveness of your platform? We're almost running out of time, so make sure that your answer is as concise as you can be. What are you tracking to demonstrate the effectiveness of your platform?
First thing, are users able to know whether they are making money or not based on the data that they have now without wasting time? Are they able to identify their cost centers, the ones that are making them lose money and the ones that are raising money? Are they able to identify the enterprises that are helping them improve or not? That is the basic offering that we need to offer to the users. I mean, before anything else. And then after that, we can begin to build other solutions. How do they access market? How do you use these records to access contracts with the farm suppliers, input suppliers, financials, insurance providers? How do we bring in satellite services to bring in to help them with crop health, to help them with cattle tracking? But the basic thing is, does the farm business make business sense in the first place? Yeah, that would be my answer.
I'm smiling because there are so many compliments to you and also big props for jumping right in and completing this amazing answer to the previous question.
Yeah.
So we have another one. How scalable is your solution?
Our current solution is actually a pivot. We did a farm input ordering platform in 2010. We launched it 1 week before the COVID disaster that happened. You can imagine what happened to us. What we learned is that scalability. So right now, you in Netherlands can actually use our product using the Netherlands currency, save records. So we've built for scale right from the beginning. So what will happen is if we have 1,000 users in Netherlands or in Amsterdam doing say diary, then we say, okay, there's an opportunity now to upscale or to build solutions that are specific for farmers, dairy farmers in Netherlands, and then add something specifically for them. So we are built for scale right from the beginning out of the experience of our former product.
That's actually good that you touched upon that, because the next question is exactly how are you going to make sure that two, well, quite different markets, of course, are still scalable and compatible. So do you have any specific tactics for entering the Dutch market?
Exactly. Again, I'm an agronomist. I've used a lot of Dutch technology, seeds, irrigation, compared to some across the world. The sub-Saharan market requires us, the current Shamba Pro Plus that we're selling is actually more suitable to the sub-Saharan market. The solution for the European market is the enterprise solution that will come next, slightly more pricey. But again, we're focusing on the mixed farms, family businesses owned by families, that are looking at circularity, what comes out from the livestock goes into the crops and vice versa and so on. So we have a very clear strategy, but I'm sure when we step into Amsterdam, like when we step into Italy, we got a lot of ideas. Amsterdam, I'm sure, will change a lot of things as well.
Well, again, another amazing answer, very clear. Now, our last question, signature with a little twist. What are the top 3 things that you want to take out of a Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Again, my colleagues have talked a lot. The first thing is just to see Shamba Pro Startup Bootcamp Food and Agri-Tech 2024. The validation that we need apart from the trust that we build already in our area. Helping us to scale and helping us to raise and also to get revenue. But most importantly, there's something in this program. Most of the startups in the program are actually potential clients of Shamba Pro. We can help out with people have drone solutions. We already have the farmers with basic data, and we want to create an ecosystem where we can bring these solutions in the ecosystem instead of having for a 2-hectare farm. So I think we are unique in that way, and we look forward to probably joining the program soon.
Thank you very much again for your pitch. Brilliant. We have received a lot of positive feedback, and now it's time for our audience to go to Matching Stars, of course, and rate your startup. Thank you and good luck to you.
Can you imagine?
No, I really cannot believe that we just met 60 visionary teams across these 3 days. They really flew by.
It did, but also, I mean, we couldn't have done it without you watching us here today. Again, whether you're a mentor, whether you're an investor, whether you're an ecosystem player, whether you are just somebody who was curious about innovation and you came and you joined us here today, you are making the difference. We are saying here 100,000 startups to save the world, but we cannot do this without the more hundreds of thousands of ecosystem members like yourself. We want to give a special shout out to you who rated the startups, who used Matching Stars throughout these days, and who followed each and every one of these dreamers and their stories. We're so grateful for your presence.
Thank you. Thank you again. And of course, probably all of you will be contacted for all of the next steps. Opportunity to meet these startups. Well, only 30 of them actually.
Yes, 30 startups will be selected tomorrow. So tomorrow, live from our Amsterdam office in a little bit of a different room, we're going to be visiting all profiles of the top 30 startups. So we'll be announcing 30, 10 from AI and Web3, 10 from Deep Tech and Robotics, and 10 from Agri and Food Tech. Now we will see you tomorrow on the same address, 5 p.m. to join us for the live stream.
Well, see you, and before you leave, today is your last chance to submit your Matching Stars ratings and help us choose these best of the best 30 startups. Once again, thank you for doing this all of these 3 days.
I really want to thank the startups. You inspired us so much during these days. I mean, it's hard for us to fall asleep. Of course, this is hard work, but we wouldn't have it any other way. And I feel super, super blessed to have the honor, really, to work with you. You inspired us to work harder. You inspire us to work better. You inspire us to put on not just this show today, but the show you're going to see every single day of the 3-month accelerator program. So with a heart full with gratitude, I say this was Selection Days from Startup Bootcamp. Innovation will save the world.